Good morning, all. Just
Morning, ma'am.
morning,
Good morning, ma'am.
morning, good morning. Economics class we are having. So, someone can put it in the chat box also because people will start asking. Okay, hope the PPT is visible. So, last class we completed with demand. Any doubt here till here? Demand was over. We started with supply. Yes, elasticity. Okay, one more small hint in elasticity. So there is something called as, since it's managerial economics, there is something called as advertisement elasticity of demand. Can you take a note of it? Should I repeat it again?
Small recap, ma'am.
Last class we completed with demand, elasticity of demand, elastic, inelastic. I think even in page numbers we made a small changes in it. So mainly these two. Okay, elastic and inelastic. So it's very thin. Okay. So
Page
we
number
had,
28.
yeah, what is it?
Page number 28, we
Yes,
changed.
we changed something. That is right. Whatever we said was right. And kindly follow it. So one side we have inelastic and the other side was elastic. I think my screen is visible, whiteboard is visible, elastic.
Yes, ma'am.
Very clearly, this is a very important question. So don't skip it. It's very easy. Just the five charts along with labeling it and marking the axis and writing something about this will definitely give you marks. So inelastic, something like this. Okay, very steep. A small change in greater change in price will not affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. I think this is price and this is quantity demanded. Okay, this was inelastic, and elastic was flat. Okay, flat like this. So a small change in price will affect the quantity demanded to a larger extent. Any doubt till here? This is very important, so I'm repeating it again. Okay, done. And then what do you have? You have something called as unit elasticity, meaning the change in price will be exactly equal to change in quantity demanded. Okay, 45 degrees. Why the curve is like this? Because demand curve slopes down. Supply will be opposite. So this is equal to 1, and this side it is less than 1, but that is inelastic is less than 1. Elastic will be greater than 1. And before that we have perfectly inelastic. We call it as perfectly inelastic, relatively inelastic, unit elastic, relatively elastic, perfectly elastic. Perfectly elastic was like this. Hope you remember it. So P and QD. So this, the value of this will be infinity, and here the value of elasticity will be 0. Elasticity, we spoke in terms, but now you're going to give a numerical value for it. You know, when price increases, quantity demanded will change. But how much price increases, how much will be your quantity demanded, what will be the change? That particular number will be given by elasticity of demand. Okay, and then we've done with this, and then we moved on to what was it? Uh, yeah, determinants we have done, elasticity we have done, PPT visible,
Yes, ma'am.
elasticity we have done. Towards the end of the class, someone kindly type your mail ID so that I will share the PPT with you. And then this is about elasticity. I said three types of elasticity is there: price elasticity, income elasticity, cross elasticity of demand. So price means it speaks about the relation between price and elasticity of demand, and income is speaks about the relation between income and demand. Price elasticity speaks about the relation between price and demand. Income elasticity speaks about the relation between income and demand, and cross elasticity, same price and demand only, but of one good and another good. Two goods we'll be speaking here. Already we spoke a lot about this substitute and complementary goods. So all this comes in cross elasticity of demand. Kindly have a look at this, and any doubt you have, we'll discuss towards the end of the class or to a finally 6 star. Okay, and then shift in demand we saw how demand shifts, contraction and extension of demand is, can you see this graph, the graph down, the price changes but the demand curves remains the same, but over here the demand curve completely shifts. Okay, so this is increase or decrease in demand. Is it clear? Moving on to the next determinants of elasticity we saw, and then we saw something called as forecasting. Yes, forecasting, as I said, just the theory remains the same. Again, I'm repeating, the theory of forecasting remains the same. Any branch can it be. Like if you're going to speak about sales forecasting, you have to plug in sales. Demand forecasting, plug in demand. Cost forecasting, plug in cost. But the theory is the same. Okay, can you see the slide? The theory, the flowchart, everything remains the same. I don't think there's a flowchart in your textbook. So I'm giving this flowchart. Kindly have a look at this flowchart or take a copy of it. And anyway, I'll be sharing the PPT also. Okay, so here the demand forecasting, you know there are two types. One is survey method, and that is qualitative method and quantitative method. Survey method, this qualitative method is consumer, you have some sort of survey, you have experts opinion, you can say, you can take a poll, you can have a survey like, or you can have some what to say, focus groups. All this comes under qualitative forecasting. And what is quantitative forecasting? This is MBA class, right? MBA first year, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. This cross verifying. Okay. And then what is the other one is quantitative forecasting. Quantitative forecasting, some numbers is involved over here. So with that, what you're going to do? You're trying to forecast because you have a previous numbers. With that number, you're predicting the future. That's all. So that will be easy, and you have a lot of statistical what to say, statistical models there, or tools are being used here to forecast it. And then last week I gave few what to say, few names I said AR model, MA model, ARIMA model. I asked you to have a look at it. MA model, okay, moving average, then ARMA, ARIMA, and then GARCH, Arch and Gach. All these are statistical models. And then you have some trend models. Under trend, we said you have a linear model is there, quadratic model is there, and then exponential model is there. If you write some around 8 models will be there. So whatever if any question on this you get for the exam, try to plug in all these models there. Okay, and then there are this demand forecasting can be done. Demand forecasting can be done in micro level, industry level, firm level, etc. And there are short term forecasting is there, long term demand forecasting will be there. Short term meaning a limited period. After this we'll speak about short run and long run. In this case, short term means limited period. Usually we say within 1 year. We have three types: short, mid, and long term demand forecasting. Here we are just having only two types. It's enough to write short term demand forecasting and long term demand forecasting. Short and long. Short means less than one. Clear? Long can be more than one. Long can be more than one. Long term forecasting more than one, because it involves some planning. Involves some planning over here. For financial requirement can be there, new building or new plans. All these will be all this will come under long term demand forecasting. And under this you have some opinion method will be the expert opinion, Delphi method, and then I think we spoke about all these things. And what will be the criteria for a good forecasting method? Means it must be you should believe the model. It must be reasonable. It must be simple and easy. the cost must be less. And at any time, any person should be using it. It must be so flexible to adopt the required changes. A small changes, the model can be redone again. You need the it should not erase the previous literature and all what it's having. So it must be so flexible, and the data must be easily available. And yeah, so this is done. And supply also, we said supply. What was supply? I think I gave you the definition for supply. Did I give you the definition of supply last class?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, before that, before getting into supply, we spoke about advertisement elasticity of demand. That's since you're managerial economist students,
No.
try to take a note of that also. We have something called as advertisement elasticity of demand. If in case they ask for case study, I thought the at least the formula will be useful for you. Advertisement elasticity of demand. Okay, it's very simple. EA is equal to percentage change in sales. Same proportionate or percentage change, whatever you have done for elasticity of demand, same thing, divided by percentage change in advertisement expenditure. Okay? Have you taken a note?
Yes, ma'am.
This is advertisement elasticity of demand. That's all. And then we moved on to supply. So what was supply? Supply
The
last
amount
class.
of good.
Yes.
The amount of good.
Yes, amount of goods seller is willing and able to sell at
Well,
different
different
prices.
price.
Yes. So here, again, you have the side heading for demand. Same thing you can plug in over here. Second, come first one. What did we say now? We had definition. Definition we had. Okay, definition we had. And the second one was law of demand, right? So here it will be law of supply. What can be law of supply?
The relationship between the price and the consumer.
Able to sell at the different.
Exactly. Price and quantity supplied. That's all. So law of supply speaks about
And
as
first point,
price increases, okay, quantity supply will also increase. That is, there is a direct relation between quantity supplied and price. And then, or as price decreases, quantity supply will also decrease. Okay, there is a direct relation. There is a direct relation between price and quantity supply. Clear? This is law of supply. So what is the third side heading in demand? Demand schedule. Is it demand schedule?
Ma'am.
Okay, demand schedule. What is demand schedule? Demand schedule is nothing but, what is demand schedule or supply? Now you are going to speak about supply schedule. What is supply schedule? Any volunteers?
The table of the supply curve.
Exactly. The table which speaks about the combination of price and quantity supplied. Very simple English, you can write it. The table which speaks about the combination of price and quantity supplied. So what was it? Already we had price was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For demand, whatever we used, I'm using the same numbers because it will be easy for you to write in exam. You are not complicating and giving a different numbers. Just 10, 20, 30, anyone can remember because numbers are traveling with it from childhood. So it's very easy for you to remember this. For 1 rupee means they'll be giving very less. So 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. That's all. So this is called as demand supply schedule. And fourth one is supply curve. What is supply curve?
Individual consumer.
Based on supply schedule, you're drawing a curve, that is supply curve. Okay, so how will you draw a curve? Did you take down this table? Have it with you later also. You can when you're free, you can try drawing it. So this is quantity supplied. As usually in x-axis we have that, and in y-axis you have price. And what is it? Market. One, here it's 10, 20, 30. Are you drawing along with me? 40
Yes,
and
ma'am.
50. Here it will be 1, 2. Keep working along with me. It's very easy. 4, 5. That's all. So for 1 it's 10, 2 it's 20. It's like this. So it is supply curve slopes up. It is drawn up. Okay, demand curve slopes downwards. This is upward moving curve because as price increases, quantity demanded increase, quantity supply increases, or as price decreases, quantity supply decreases. Okay, 50. Clear? So you have a direct relation between price and quantity supplied. I'm moving on to the next part. What is it? What is determinants of supply? Determinants of supply. Taste and preference will be there. Number of suppliers, the resources, price of what to say, raw materials, and then the government tax, subsidies, future expectation. All this plays a vital role in supply for a producer. So this becomes, what are we speaking now? What is the topic now?
Supply.
Determinants of supply.
Yeah, determinants of
Determinants of
supply.
supply.
Yes, determinants of supply or factors determining supply. So we spoke about the technology is there, factors, price of the factors are there, price of other products also can be there, number of producers can be there, future expectation, taxes, subsidies, and other non-economic factor like climatic factor, political factor, all this. Okay, so here we finish this. So determinants done. Then next one will be, sixth one will be, what is the next one?
Elasticity of supply.
Elasticity of supply. Elasticity of supply. Same, that's all. What did we speak about elasticity of demand? See, here also, the concept remains the same. So, you know, the theory, law of supply says that there is a direct relation between price and quantity supplied. Here also, elasticity of supply, ES. For elasticity of demand, I gave ED. Advertisement elasticity, I gave EA. Now, elasticity of supply, ES is equal to proportionate change in quantity supplied by proportionate change in price. So whatever you have done for demand, you're going to do the same thing for supply. Here also we have supply. We have what is the first supply? We say this is the first type of supply: perfectly elastic and perfectly inelastic. Relatively, unit supply, everything is there. And whatever we have done now for demand, same thing will be for supply also. So what did we have? Elasticity of supply. Elasticity of supply. What is this? So this is now the curve should go up, right? So it will be like this. Here you have price and you have quantity supplied. Just move a little. Should I increase the size or it's okay? Okay. So next one here, what we are having? Again, I'm telling you have to draw graph. Don't worry. Theory is very easy. You can write it in your own words. But with the graph, with the support of graph, you can get good marks. So what happens here? It will be a little flatter. 45 degree will be in between. This must be 45 degree. Here I'll remove this because it must be a little flat. Sorry.
Ma'am, all of these three graphs are for elasticity of supply.
Yeah, we can draw it in the same graph. I'm giving it differently. I'll put it in the same graph to make things clear, because not like demand. See here, I'm showing it differently because it's steep, right? A small change, a greater change in price will not affect the quantity supply to a larger extent. Okay, same concept only. And here, a small change in price will affect the quantity supply to a larger extent. I'm showing you in a different graphs. But supply, you can have, is there any graph in your textbook for supply, elasticity of supply?
No,
Have
ma'am.
this graph. Okay,
No,
have this
ma'am.
graph.
There are no graphs.
Because in other textbooks, in other managerial economics textbooks, you'll be having graphs for supply. Copy this, elasticity of supply. You have the same graph. For demand, you had 5 graphs, right? Supply, everything will be same. I'll put it in a different different color, I'll write, draw. So same. Okay. So this will be 45 degrees. And here it is. And here it's like this. So here everything will be coming in the same graph. You can draw this. This is will be equal to, the value will be equal to 0. What is it? Perfectly inelastic. Here it is less than 1. And here it is equal to 1. And this curve will be greater than 1 wherever you draw. And this will be infinity. I'll just draw one and I'll show you. See if my curve is here. What is this? Price. Okay, this is a price and this is the quantity supplied. Sorry, I forgot to mark the axis. You have to mark the axis. Y-axis you have price and x-axis quantity supplied. What did we say here? A small change in price will affect the quantity supplied to a larger extent. Yes? Clear? Draw this graph, have this graph with you, that's all. I'll give you a small problem in supply. Take a note of it. You have already done demand. Plug in the same values, but here it will be direct relationship. Can I read the problem? One sec, I'm taking the problem. Where is the problem? Yes? Should I read it or can I send it in the slide itself for you to work it out? There is a problem. I'm not able to find it now. Yeah, it's there. Can I read the problem?
Yes, ma'am.
You can send it on the
Page
slide.
number, please.
No, there's no page number. I don't think the problem is given in the textbook for supply. Elasticity of supply is there? Page
No
number?
problem. It is not
Page
given.
number 41, 42, 44, 45. It's not there. Okay, it is for, if in case you get any case study for that I'm giving, just quickly I'll read it. I don't. Okay, I think I missed it. Yeah, I'll send it along with the PPT. Okay, so someone share your mail ID. There I'll send the problem. You work it out. If you're not getting the answer, let me know. Okay, moving on to the next because I had a problem. I'm not able to find now. I'll send it to you. For supply, I'm sending. Okay, elasticity of supply, elasticity of demand. You're having. Can we move on to the next level? Next is equilibrium price. Why I'm going to speak about equilibrium price is we spoke about demand and supply. Demand is over, supply is over. Okay, demand and supply is over. What is equilibrium price? What is equilibrium? Where did we have the quantity supplied is here for the same.
Equilibrium can be defined as like two equal prices of two different commodities.
Okay, yes. See, equilibrium is in simple English, we say state of rest. When I speak about demand and supply, neither the producer nor the consumer has a tendency to move away from each other. Both are happy with that price. So if you're going out, you're going somewhere to the other day also I gave this example. I don't know whether to you. So if you're going out, you find something, you want to get it. The street they are selling. You are asking, he's telling it's 200 rupees. You said, no. Kindly give it for 100 rupees. He's telling, no, it's 200 only. So there's some sort of bargaining going on between you two. And then finally, both of you stop at a point, it's 150 rupees. So he's also happy to give the product for 150 rupees. You're also happy to buy it for 150 rupees. Auction. Okay. So have this. This is the numbers. These are the numbers which I think I gave it for 40, 30, 20 and 10. Quantity demanded, quantity supplied. It will be for you to make it easy, or for you for easy understanding. I've given the simple numbers. You get the graph properly for these numbers. Clear? Now equilibrium price. What was the equilibrium price? When demand and supply meets. So here what you'll have in your x-axis, quantity supply as well as quantity demanded will be in your x-axis. Kindly make a note of this. And price will be in your y-axis. Okay. Then what curve is this? What I'm drawing now? What curve is that?
Supply.
Very good.
Supply
Supply.
curve.
Supply. So, and then demand is downward sloping. If you draw this with this number, you'll be getting this curve. I'll show you. I've done it in Excel. See, demand and supply. If you have this, both cuts each other. Are you able to see the chart in Excel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, whatever I gave you now, the same data set, when you draw, you'll be getting like this. So demand and supply will cut each other. And this price, what is this? This price, I don't know if I'm able to draw. I'm not able to draw here. I'll go back to, okay. So this price, what is this? This is the equilibrium price, EP, equilibrium price. Which is the equilibrium price? Can you see from the table? When demand and supply
Yes,
cut.
ma'am.
Can you see what I'm marking? What is the number? What is the number I'm marking?
30.
3 and 30. Very good. So 30 will be here because quantity demanded and supplied is 30. 20, 10, 40, 50. And here you have 3. Okay. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the equilibrium price. Equilibrium quantity. So your equilibrium price will be 3 and equilibrium quantity demanded and quantity supplied will be 30 from the graph. So what happens above equilibrium? There is something above and below equilibrium. Above equilibrium, can you see the graph?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll increase the size so that things will be much clearer. See here, above the equilibrium, what happens? Above the equilibrium, over here, if I'm here, okay, at 4, at price 4, above the equilibrium, what will be my quantity? This is my demand curve, right? Red is my demand curve, purple is my supply curve. My DD at 4, my demand will be 20. Okay, that is what you have seen in the table also. But at 4, he's able to supply so much, 40. Why? More money, more he can supply more. So above the equilibrium price, it will be excess supply. You call it as excess supply. That is, supply will be greater than demand. Is it clear? Have the graph, you go draw, you'll be able to understand what exactly is happening above and below the equilibrium price. Above the equilibrium price, you have excess supply. And below the equilibrium price, so from 1, what happens here? For 1 rupee, as per the table, if you draw means it will be 10. So your supply will be less. For less money, he'll be supplying less quantities. But for when the price is less, your demand will be more. Right? So much will be your demand. So what is it? Above the equilibrium price, you have excess supply, and below the equilibrium price, you have what is it called? Excess demand. Meaning demand will be greater than supply. So equilibrium price is there. Equilibrium price where supply will be equal to demand. Above equilibrium price, above will be, the supply will be greater than demand, and below, you can take a note of it in your textbook itself, supply will be less than demand. Oh, sorry, demand, anyway, both are right. Demand is greater than supply or supply is less than demand. Here, excess demand, excess supply. That's all. Okay. So since we spoke about supply and demand, we have to speak about the equilibrium price, because in later cases, when you go to market, you will be having it. So I thought since I've done this, I'm bringing you directly here. And then one more concept is there, which is called as revenue. Take a note of it. Revenue, and then we'll move on to unit 2. Revenue is there. Because you have done with the first part, revenue. Concept of revenue. NUE, revenue. What is revenue?
Income.
Okay, in income. In economics, revenue, here we say, is nothing but price into quantity demanded. Total revenue. We say P into Q. You know what is price? You know what is quantity demanded? The entire box will be revenue. Okay? This is revenue. They have three concepts over here. So one is average revenue, total revenue, marginal revenue. Okay? I'll give you the formula. Have the formula with you. Average revenue is nothing but total revenue divided by...
Madam, page number?
No, I don't think you have it over here, but this is a concept which will be using in market. So until and otherwise I give you a foundation, we cannot move on to the next level. So I'm giving it now. We are yet to start with unit 2, but these are few concepts which you have to know about this. So I'm giving it here. You take a note now, and when we go to market or when we move on to the next unit itself, it'll be easy for you. Kindly
AR means?
Average revenue. You write it in your textbook itself so that you won't miss it. Average revenue is nothing but total revenue divided by number of units sold. Because you said income, right? Total revenue divided by units sold. And then you have total revenue. Total revenue already we saw here. Total revenue is nothing but price into quantity demanded or supplied. Price into quantity. As for now, without confusion, write P into Q. This is total revenue. Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
And the
Yes,
second,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, and the next one is marginal revenue. Marginal revenue. Marginal, the concept we are speaking from the beginning. We said it is a keyword for economics. You need to have it. Marginal revenue. Marginal revenue is nothing but addition made to total. That is what we saw from the beginning. It is a change we have here. What did we have? Total revenue at n minus total revenue at n minus 1. We saw the same thing for utility. Marginal utility. Right? Total utility. Remember? I think second class we spoke about this. So this is marginal revenue. It can also be said as the change in total revenue. Okay, change in total revenue when when one extra unit of output, or when you sell extra unit of outputs. Already you have a table here. Do you have a table here? It is price and quantity is given here, right? Can you see the table?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. From the table, two means 8. Okay, 9 means 1. Okay, so for the same table, when you are free, what is it? Price.
Yes.
Price is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And quantity demanded, what did we have? We had, one sec, we had 50, 40, 30. Whatever we had, the same graph only I'm giving here, 50, 40, 30, 20, and 10. So what will be your total revenue here? What is TR here? The table is given in front of you, TR. Total revenue is price into Q, P into Q. See here? Can you see this? So when you have time, kindly work it out, TR and MR from this. So total revenue, you know, price into quantity. So 1 into 50, 40 into 22, or 3 into 30, 4 into 20, 5 into 10. Okay? So I've just given a foundation now. When we move on to the next topic, things will be clear because we'll be speaking about this again. So don't worry, but have a note in your textbook. That's all. This can be useful in some case if they give a case study for this.
Total
Moving on to unit 2. Yeah.
total
Ma'am,
revenue.
MR.
Yes, sir.
Marginal revenue. What is marginal revenue? T minus 1. Once you find the total revenue, I'm just giving here. What is it? 50 and second one will be 80, right?
Total revenue is 400.
400.
I said right.
Where you're getting 400?
Ma'am, what is N, ma'am, in TR?
N is current output minus previous output. So here I'll tell you. What is it? 80 minus 50. Right? It is confusing.
Ma'am, it's confusing, ma'am.
One sec, wait.
350.
Clear it. Kindly follow this. TR is nothing but P into Q. Is it clear till that? PR is P
Yes,
into
ma'am.
Q. Okay.
TR is understanding, ma'am, but the MR
Okay. What is P into Q? 50, right? First one will be 50.
Yes, ma'am.
Second one is 4 2s are 80. Third one is 3
80.
3s are
90.
very good.
90.
Fourth one.
350,
80,
ma'am.
ma'am.
80.
And 50.
Again 50.
Okay, good. That's all.
Again,
So you
again
got the
50.
answer. No. You needn't count it now. For now, time being, only this one we'll be doing. So what is it? MR is nothing but the first thing. YT minus like N minus N minus 1. So the one is 50. You don't have a previous unit. So I'm just leaving it. The second one is 80 minus 50. N minus N minus 1. TAR of N minus TR of N minus 1. So 80 minus 50. And the third one will be 90 minus 80.
Yeah,
Fourth
understand,
one will
ma'am.
be 80 minus 90. Fifth one will be 50 minus 80. Got it?
Yes, ma'am. Got it.
Okay, that's all. So you have to put it. So anyway, when we do, as I said, no, when I give the notes, I will share the problems also. You can work it out. Okay, now moving on to the second unit. We are very slow. Second unit is production. Production analysis, page number 47 in my textbook. What, in your textbook, what is it? Unit 2. We are just moving. So production, what do you mean by production? Production. Very simple. Again, I'm telling, simple English meaning, think what it is. Don't get stuck in your exam. You have lot of inputs in you. You have seen lot of things in and around you. You can write economics paper very easily. Some logic will be there, that's all. So production is nothing but transforming input into output. Okay? Can we move? The definition of production is you're transforming input into output.
Okay.
Very slowly. Input to output. It's moving very slowly. Okay. First one is definition. You have done it. Second one. What are the factors of production? First class we saw factors.
Land, labor, capital.
Very good. That's all. Very simple. Factors of production is nothing but land, labor, capital, and organization or entrepreneur, anything. factors of production. We have land, labor, capital, and organization or entrepreneurs, anything you can say. Next will be, I'll be giving you the concept of production. Okay, we have three important factors over here. This question, actually in production, you get one question. It is very simple, but always from the school or the students feel it's very tough because of the data given in the textbooks. The data will be too huge, the students will get confused. So I'll be giving a simple data and exactly 3 points. It will be coming for a big answer. So don't skip this. Okay, so what I'm telling, we are having the concept of production is 3 types we have. So first is total productivity or production. I don't know what is given in your textbook. One second, I'll just say. Page number 47 in my textbook. Page number 50, we have this measurement of productivity. Do you have it? Page number 50?
Yes, ma'am.
In your textbook also it's 50?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
page number 50, ma'am.
Okay, so we have how it is measured. One, we have total productivity or production. Then we have average productivity or production. Then we have marginal. Okay, I'm giving the formula with you here, and then I'll give you a small problem also. So when you're working with it, it will be very easy to understand the concept. TP is nothing but it refers to the sum total of output produced. Very simple English. So I don't know what is given in your textbook. Maximum level of output. Yeah, sum total of output produced. TP. Okay. And the formula given over here is AP into outputs. Okay. Second, AP. AP refers to the output produced per unit of labor. I'm repeating, AP is nothing but output produced per unit of labor or input. Yeah, they have given it the same thing. AP is equal to output produced per unit of input. So what is it? AP is equal to TP by Q. System is very slow. TP by Q. I don't know what is wrong. It's very slow. AP is equal to TP by Q. Slower. MP, marginal, as usual. What is marginal? It is the change in TP as a result of change in the input. What is it? It is the change in TP. Or what is the formula now you use, which is very easy? It is nothing but TP at n minus TP at n minus 1. You see, the same thing will be repeatedly, we'll be speaking about it. So don't get confused. When you speak about utility, it is marginal utility. Production, marginal production. Revenue, average revenue. Profit will be marginal profit, average profit. Same thing. Total profit. So the concept will be same. But wherever you plug in, it changes accordingly. So now, since in productivity, we are speaking about this in production analysis, it becomes marginal production. I'm again repeating, we are moving on to unit 2. Unit 2, production analysis, definition was, it is a transformation of input to output. Or technical relation between input and output. It speaks about the relation between input and output. So, how will you write it? It is nothing but P is equal to production function. Production is a function of labor and capital. I don't know why it's moving very slowly, the place. Okay, it's a function of labor and capital. We spoke about TP, AP, and MP. So total productivity is nothing but sum total of output produced in a given time. AP was output produced per unit of labor. MP was, it is a change in TP as a result of change in Q. You're having the formula in front of you. So next is, we spoke about production. What are the factors of production? How production is measured? That's all. 3 subheadings, it's over. Then we speak something about time. There are
Ma'am,
2
what
types.
is P is equal to Q LK? What is that, ma'am?
This is the production function.
What is the meaning, ma'am?
Production
Transforming
is a function of transformation of input and output. So it's a function of labor and capital. You're transforming output into input. Sorry, input into output. So what are the inputs you're giving? Labor and capital you're giving at input. So you get some sort of output. Okay? Or if you're confused, say, what did we say? If for demand, we wrote like this, right? Demand is a function of, did we write like this?
Yes, ma'am.
Demand is a function of X, Y, Z, all the other things we wrote. So here you can write production is a function of land, labor, capital, and organization.
Organization.
That's all. Same thing I'm writing here. Simply with 2 main important things. One is labor and another one is capital. You can write this or that. Both are correct. This is nothing but transforming input into output. And there is something called as, we have some sort of resources. One is fixed resources. Another one is variable resources. With the, what is fixed resources? The resource which is fixed resources. You know, production is nothing but you're creating something new. Okay? And here, resource which is fixed. You're using that resources. Variable resources varies with the output. The resources you're using, when it varies with the output, it is variable resources. Because when cost, I'll give you exact, here I'll tell you something, okay. Assuming you're making, what to say, a chapati, okay. So that will be easy for everyone. So if in case I'm having, today I have to produce more. So then I'll be using extra raw material, right? More flour, right? More atta. So when it changes with the output, it is called as a variable resources. So how many I'm going to produce today, I'll be using extra flour. So fixed resources means a resource which is fixed. The pan which I used to fry, that is fixed. The gas stove, that is fixed. It does not change with the output. But variable resources changes with the output produced. Is this concept clear? Fixed resources means a resource which is fixed. It does not change with the output. That is the exact definition. And variable resources, the resource which changes with the output produced. So more number of output you will be producing, you'll be using more raw material. This is production analysis. Here we speak about time. There are 2 types of time. One is short run and another one long run. Short run period where the resources are fixed. One resource at least is fixed. This short and long run, I'll give you a small example. Today, you're going out, okay, you saw someone selling a buttermilk. It's in a pot. So the lady who's selling the buttermilk, she's seeing a few people are coming. At the spot, what is fixed there? The pot is fixed. So what did we say? In short run, one factor is fixed. The pot is fixed. What varies inside is the buttermilk. Immediately she can add something and she can make extra, right? But the pot is fixed. That is short run. Long run, if in case you're telling we have a meeting, so tomorrow we need extra 30 people will be coming. Can you make it ready for us? So that is long run for her. Long run, everything is variable. Nothing is fixed. Why I'm repeating it again and again? Because next is cost. Cost, you have the same concept. So until and otherwise this is clear, you cannot move there. Again, I'm repeatedly telling this: short run and long run. Short run, we always call it as a it is planned. The plan is fixed. You joined a course in a college, so something is fixed there. It's fixed. It's short run. It is done. It is just in the plan. It was in the plan. It is fixed. The building, they have done it. They have kept all the materials there. It is fixed. But long run is a planning curve. It's still in the plan. It is you're yet to plan. The plan is there. It is not executed. Short run and long run depends upon, you cannot say 3 months is short run, 4 months is long run. No. It depends. In this case, what we said about the pot, tomorrow is a long run for them because she has time. For you, semester is a long run. In case if you have an exam this weekend, it is short run for you. Or that also can be long run if today you have a test means. So short run and long run period, it differs. In some books they say more than 1 year. In some book they say it is like this. We are speaking about time. Short run, one factor is fixed or one factor is variable. In long run, all factors are variable. Okay? Can I move? Then we spoke about total productivity, average productivity, marginal productivity. I'll give a small graph over here. Not graph, numbers. Okay. So input I'm giving and output. Input and output. Input and output is here. What is input? Input is 0. Where am I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And output is 0, 5, 15, 20, 22, 22, and 18. Are you taking a note of it? Should I read it again? See the main concept over here. Yes. Should I read the output? I've written here, but it's not coming. Did you get it?
Yes, ma'am.
And then here you have to find TP, MP, and AP. So first you have to calculate AP. What did we say AP? Because to get TP, what did we say AP? AP is?
TP by IC.
TP by IP, exactly, input. And if in case it's again confusing, another example, because this is very important concept. If in case you are having a machine, okay, because nowadays it's very common, everyone are having this idli batter machine, and idli batter, they are selling it. So assuming I'm having one machine and I'm having one labor there. So one labor, one machine, but there are many orders which is coming. So what I'm doing, I'm hiring another labor also there, because it will be easy for them. So, but only one machine is there. If you have two machines, then fine. One machine, I'm having two labors. Then what I thought, I'm adding a third labor also there. When third labor is coming there, sometimes it can reduce your output production. So this theory, what does it say means? It exactly tells us how much labor you have to employ in your factory so that you can have the maximum productivity, so that it will yield a maximum profit. Adding more and more labors can eventually drop your output. That is the exact theory over here. So how exactly you should solve? That is what managerial economics is speaking. Where should you stop your production? How much should you produce? And how much will lead to maximum profit for you? which is the exact quantity. How much input you have to add, how much output you have to stop. This is what we'll be speaking in this production analysis. Okay, so here what will be your AP will be nothing but what will be AP? AP was 0, 0, 5. I think something is wrong here. You have to draw this. And one more concept is there. So this is actually output is nothing but TP. Okay, have this input is there, output is nothing but TP. So now you calculate the AP. AP is nothing but TP by Q. So 5 by 1 is 5. And then that is what the formula which I gave, right? Yeah, TP by QL. So 5 by 1 is 0, 0 is there, 5 by 1 is 5. And then what happens to the next 15 by 2? Have AP here, and MP is nothing but TP of n minus TP of n minus 1. First one you can give it as 0, and 5 minus 0, 15 minus 5, fill it over here and try to draw a graph. A graph, you'll be having a rough graph. I'll draw here. A rough graph will be something like this. So here you'll be having, I don't know where I'm having the graph. Graph, you'll be having something like this. The graph, with this, have this as your input, because the for, numbers which is given in your textbook is a little big. You can try using this also. This will be easy. For next class, I'll be giving a different numbers so that you can slowly work it out. Okay.
Ma'am, what is the formula for calculating TP, MP, and AP, ma'am?
TP is here. No, TP is given directly. Output is TP. Okay. MP is, what is MP? YP minus TP minus TP minus 1. So I'll give MP here. MP is 0. Then here it will be 5.
Ma'am, could you write it down, ma'am? No,
Yeah, I'm writing. I'm writing MP here. 0.
Where, it's not showing on the graph.
It is coming very slowly. I'll read MP. Can you write? 0, 5, 10, then 20 minus 15. What is here? 0, 5, 10, 15, 2. Am I right? 0, minus 4. TP at n minus TP at n minus 1. So 5 minus 0, 15 minus 5, 20 minus 15, 22 minus 20, 22 minus 22 again, 18 minus 22. Clear? That is MP. Are you getting it? Have this value and try to draw the graph. Okay, just 3 important points will be speaking here. With that,
Ma'am, once more, please, ma'am.
Should I read the data again? You need the data?
Yes, ma'am. MP only.
MP is 0. MP is what? How did you calculate MP? This TP of n minus n minus 1. TP is in front of you, right? 0, 5, 15, 20, 22, 22, 18. Right? That is TP given. Clear?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Then how will you find MP? 0. The first, I'm just giving it as 0 itself. The second one is 5 minus 0. Second observation. 5 minus 0 is 5.
Yes.
15 minus 5, 10.
10.
20 minus 15, it must be 5 here, right? Sorry, I've done a mistake here. 20 minus 15 is 5.
5.
So I think that was why you got confused. It is 20 minus 15 is 5. 22 minus 20 is 2. And then again 22 minus 22
is 0.
0. Okay, okay.
Clear? That
Yeah,
is
got it, ma'am.
that's all. And now you try to draw a graph. So with this it will be easy for you. In the textbook, it is you can try using the same data set which is given in the textbook also, no problem. You try to draw the graph. There will be 3 phases. Phase 1, 2, 3. That's all. Based on that, you can conclude it, because same way, what did we see this earlier? We saw about marginal utility and total utility. That is why I made you to draw the graph. I don't know how many of you went home and drew the graph. So here, when you have the graph in front of you, it will be very easy. Because again, I'm telling 3 phases is here. TP will increase and TP will, MP will decrease, and then there will be a third stage where TP will fall. Meaning, when you add one more input, what happens? When the variable input is increased, what will happen? Does it lead to an increase in your productivity? That is the main concept which you'll be seeing here. This is law of diminishing marginal returns. That is why we are speaking over. This is nothing but, they say law of variable proportion. They'll be giving it over here. Your textbook, it will be given as law of variable proportion. This is also called as law of diminishing marginal returns. How proportionately you have to increase your input with regards to your output, or where should you stop the input to get a fruitful output? That is what you'll be seeing here. When you add more and more labors, what will happen to your output? Will your output decrease? Will the productivity decrease? That is the concept which they will be speaking here. That is why we call it as productivity, production analysis. Okay, next class, I think I'll start from here. Quickly, I'll give one production function example. One production function example is Cobb-Douglas production function. I think that is what will be given in your textbook. Cobb-Douglas production function can be asked even in short answer, because that is always very often asked in the exam. So Cobb-Douglas production function, what is the page number? I think 49. Page number 49. Cobb-Douglas
Yes, ma'am.
production function.
Yes, ma'am.
So Charles Cobb and Paul Douglas, they were the one who invented this. This is a production function. Production function is given as Q is equal to A K power L. I don't know what is given in your textbook. K power alpha and Y power beta. Sometimes it will be given like that. In few textbook, the notation varies. K power alpha and L power beta. Or in some book, it will be given as alpha minus 1. That is also correct. K power alpha and L power beta. I'll be telling you what is A. Kindly make a note of it. Y is nothing but total production. Y is total production. Are you taking it down in page itself? Y or Q? Q is equal to A K power L, L power P, right? That is the thing given in front of you. Are you
Yes, ma'am.
Q is nothing but total production, or actual output also you can see. Q is total production, because at least 3 points you should write for a question, right? So I'm giving the 3 points for you to write. Q is total production or actual output. A is total factor productivity. Are you writing? A is total factor productivity. Alpha and beta is elasticity of capital and labor. Alpha and beta is elasticity of capital and labor. Are you taking a note of it? Because this is frequently asked question. So I thought with extra input you can write it, right? Just 3 points is enough. Have you taken it?
Alpha and beta are
Put alpha and beta.
Elasticity of labor and capital. K is capital, L is labor in the equation. Alpha and beta are elasticities of labor and capital.
Elasticity with respect to
Yes, clear?
yes,
Quickly, I'll finish it. So alpha plus beta, there are 3 cases here. 2, 3. Alpha plus beta will be equal to 1. Alpha plus beta will be greater than 1. Third case, alpha plus beta will be less than 1. three cases, alpha plus beta can be equal to 1, alpha plus beta can be greater than 1, or alpha plus beta can be less than 1. Written it? Done? When it is equal to 1, when it is equal to 1, alpha plus beta equal to 1, it is constant return to scale. Or in the next class, when I speak about constant increasing and diminishing, you can fill in the blanks. Okay? So as for now, we have done, we need to start it again from here, and then moving on to costs. Okay? Next class. Okay then. I asked you for a mail ID so that I can share my PPT with you, or any
Ma'am,
doubts.
if you can write your email ID on the screen, it will be better.
My email ID. So I just
So,
need.
so that you can just reply to the one of
Is
our
there any
email.
CR here?
Oh, what's here, ma'am?
Class rep, so that who's taking in charge of this. Okay, anyway.
Not yet, madam.
Okay, please, someone take the responsibility and send me the mail so that
I will.
What
I
is
will
your
do
mail
it,
ID,
madam.
ma'am?
can you see it in the chat box? I'll be sending the, what is it, the notes, and you can also post your doubts over there. The PPT and few notes I'll be sending there. Okay, someone has given a mail. Enough. One is enough. Don't give so many mail IDs. Only for one I'll just give, and then
Thank you.
you can kindly say,
We'll
pass it
share
to
it.
your friends. Yeah.
We'll share it.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we'll meet in the next class.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello? There is no class? Hello? Is there any class now?
Waiting for lecturer.
Waiting for class.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
When sir will come? Anybody knows?
No idea.
No class?
This is PT period.
കോഴിക്കോട് നിന്നുള്ള ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ?
Which subject class is this?
തലശ്ശേരി ഉണ്ട്, തലശ്ശേരി.
Please speak in English.
I am from തലശ്ശേരി.
ആ, തലശ്ശേരി ഉണ്ടല്ലേ.
ആ,
ഞാൻ വടകരയാണ്. നമുക്കൊന്ന് കാണാം.
നിങ്ങളുടെ നമ്പർ, കോണ്ടാക്ട് നമ്പർ?
97 47
97 47
6
ആ
1178.
1178.
അങ്ങനെ മിസ് കോൾ അടി.
ആ,
ഞാൻ വടകരയാണ്.
റൈറ്റ്, ഞാൻ from തലശ്ശേരി.
ശരി, ഓക്കെ. No class. എക്സാം ഡേറ്റ് പബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ? വാട്സപ്പ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഉണ്ടായിക്കൂടെ? എനിക്ക് വാട്സപ്പ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് Can you make a WhatsApp group? Can you make a WhatsApp group? അറിയില്ല ബ്രോ.
Today class is over.
Has class started?
Not yet.
How many classes are over till now? How many lectures? Anybody knows?
For today,
Only one economics.
On which subject, madam?
on managerial economics, only one chapter has been completed. That is second unit, production analysis.
Thank you, all of you.
So good morning, all of you. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you're audible.
So I'll try to share my screen now. And before sharing my screen, I'll give you information. Today we will not be having any PPDs. Cause we'll be looking into some statistical parts. So rather than putting in them into PPDs, I thought like if I give them directly from a textbook, it will be more useful, and it's more of problems. Like okay, so anyhow, if I'm doing PPDs, also I have to copy paste the same problems there once again. So that will be meaningless. So I thought like you people have the soft copy of your books, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah. I request you to parallelly open your books and as well as have a what do you call like a paper and a pen with you, any note or paper or pen with you. Okay, just kindly make some notes if you are working parallelly, right? Okay. I think my screen is visible to all of you, right?
Sir, what's the page number?
Page number is exactly 123.
Okay.
I hope page number is visible, right? Here.
Which subject is going?
I think you have opened. People are ready, right? You can start. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We are on the same page. You can start.
Okay. So, like as you can see in the top, it is a brief introduction to statistical applications. So, why basically statistical applications? As MBA graduates, you are always going to be in a managerial position or in the top management level always, right? So, you are always into the position of making some critical decisions. So, making decisions out of random knowledge or out of expertise, along with some numbers, numerical support also. So that would be more senseful and meaningful. Okay. So in that case, these statistical applications are helpful in making some good decision-making processes. Okay. So like we'll see some of the basic statistical analysis tools which are used by managers in various scenarios, where these applications create a major impact among them in their roles and their departments basically. Like, so the first one is like, I don't want to read all those theories and all those stuff. So you kindly read it by yourself. I don't want to waste time on that. Please spend some time and read all those explanations, all those stuff, right? We'll directly go into the concepts. Right. The first one is like correlation and regression analysis. As you can see in page number 127, you find something called a concept of correlation, determination of simple correlation coefficient, properties of correlation coefficient, the concept of rank correlation, determination of rank correlation coefficient, concept of regression. I think it's unit number 4, the first point, correlation and regression analysis. Page number 127, it starts there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now let's see the first one, like correlation. We were discussing about like things like dependent variable and independent variable, control variables, right? In the previous sessions, right? So can somebody recall what is a dependent variable? It would be better if you give some examples also.
Could you please repeat your question again, sir?
I can't hear you. A bit louder, please.
Sir, you just asked a question, sir. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. I said like, can you tell me what is a dependent variable?
Sir, whose value depends on the variable as well. I mean, if we give x is equals to 10 some value, then that 10 should be dependent on it as well.
Any example of dependent and independent? Okay, tell me what is an independent variable then. Anybody can tell me what is an independent variable? Any example of an independent variable? So why I am repeating this is without getting a clear idea of about what is a dependent, independent variable and what is a control variable, mediating, moderating variable. If we proceed into this chapters, it will be a bit confusing. So before going to the chapters directly, make a clear note of what is a dependent variable and what is an independent variable. So I repeat once again, a dependent variable is nothing but a variable which does not get influenced by any other external factors. Okay, say for example your age, height, okay, say like the color of a person. Okay, can I change the color of a person? Can I change the age of a person by inducing any other external factors?
No, sir.
No, I cannot. They are permanent. So they something like that are called as independent variables. The variables which can be changed or which can be influenced by the addition or by manipulation of any other external factors, they are called dependent variables. They are always dependent on any other external factors. Say for example, savings. Savings can be said as a dependent variable. Savings depend on so many factors like your income, your spending pattern. Okay, so there are so many other criteria also. So these kind of variables are called as dependent variables. So I hope you know what is a dependent variable and what is an independent variable. Say for example, if I'm studying a relationship between X and Y, say like age and savings, right? I tried to find out what kind of age group people are more interested in savings, right? I tried to post a relationship between these two. Okay, so there are some other variables like control variables, which we call them as mediating variables or moderating variables, which induce some other changes in this relationship with this X and Y. So the relationship between X and Y, we call them as direct relationship. Okay, so when they pass through another factor like family situation or like I said like emergency spendings, this affects the savings also. No, they become a mediating variable or moderating variable. This becomes an indirect relationship. When X and Y are directly connected between each other, we call them as direct relationship. When it passes through some other external variable, we call them as indirect relationship. Okay, this is just a framework. Just keep it in mind. Studying the relationship between X and Y. So put it in very simple terms, correlation is just we try to measure whether a variable X is related to variable Y. Okay. So we are just going to check the relationship whether it's related or not related. That is correlation. And coming to regression, regression is an extended form of correlation. Okay, I repeat once again, regression is an extended form of correlation. Right. If you are interested in studying the relationship between two variables, you take up correlation, right? So once you are confirmed with that relationship, you are trying to study the extent of relationship. So then you proceed to regression. So the basic of regression is only if there is correlation between two variables, you can proceed with regression. Am I clear? I hope you understand, right? So if you have to, whenever you're interested in conducting regression analysis, there must be a correlation between those two variables of interest, and then you can take them up to regression, right? So these are some basic concepts. So now we'll move to correlation.
So page
Correlation
number,
is, yeah, please. Page number 128.
128. Okay, thank you.
Correlation means the average relationship between two or more variables when changes in the values of variables affect the values of other variable. We say that there is a correlation between the two variables. The two variables may move in the same direction or in opposite directions simply because of the presence of correlation between the two variables. We cannot jump the conclusion that there is a cause-effect relationship between them. Okay. So as I said, correlation is nothing but a relationship between two variables, right? They can be either positively correlated or negatively correlated. So what do you mean by positive correlation and negative correlation? Positive correlation is nothing but if you are increasing a unit of value in the variable x, it must be reflecting an increase of 1 unit of value in variable y. Okay. I repeat once again, if you are trying to increase a value of 1 unit in x, there must be a simultaneous increase in value of 1 unit in y. Okay, say for example, I'll take up the previous example itself. Your income and your savings are directly related to each other. Okay, if you get an increment of rupees 10,000 from the next month, okay, just for an example I'm saying, if you are getting an increment of rupees 10,000 from the next month, your average savings, which is presently of rupees 2,000 or 3,000, would increase by some 500,000 rupees. It is true or false? I'm just asking for an. So whenever you have an increase or an increase in income, you will be trying to save more, right? So this is kind of an effect is called as a positive correlation effect. In the case of negative correlation effect, 1 unit increase in factor x or 1 unit increase in variable x will result in decrease of 1 unit in variable y. Okay. So let's take up another example. Let's take age and life expectancy. As your age increases, what happens to your life expectancy? It gradually decreases, right? We expect a 20 years man to live another 40 years over. Okay, whereas a 40 years man would have another 20 years of life expectancy. Am I clear? This kind of an relationship is called as a negative correlation effect, right? Whenever there is an increase in x, there would be a equivalent negative impact in the y variable, right? These are two basic concepts of positive and negative correlation. So let's take it on the textbook. A positive correlation, if two variables x and y move in the same direction, we say that there is a positive correlation between them. In this case, when the variable of one variable increases, a value of one variable increases, the value of the other variable also increases. When the value of one variable decreases, the value of the other variable also decreases. Example, age and height of a child. Okay. Negative correlation, if variables x and y move in the opposite directions, we say that there is a negative correlation between them. That is when the value of one variable increases, the value of the other variable decreases and vice versa. Example, price and demand of a normal good. Okay, kindly move on to the next page, page number 129. You find some two pictures, right? Say like a graph with x and y axis. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you find some lines over the dotted lines. They are just indications of positive and negative correlations. As you can see in the first picture, as one dot moves to the other point, the height also gradually increases, right? So I just don't want to complicate it. It is easy to understand, I suppose. Positive correlation means an gradual increase. In this case, they have mentioned an increased graph. Okay, 1 unit of increase in positive direction with an increase in 1 unit of x as well as y. The same in the case of the next one, where you have a decrease in the case of x and increase in the case of y. I hope you understand from the diagram, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So the next concept is perfect positive correlation and perfect negative correlation. Okay. If the changes in two variables are in the same direction and the changes are in equal proportion, we say that there is a perfect positive correlation between them. So what do you mean by perfect positive correlation? When the proportion remains equal between the two variables. What do they mean by proportion is like 1 unit of change in x should increase in to reflect in 1 unit of increase in variable y. Okay, if you are changing 2 units in x, 2 units must be changing in y also. Okay, they must be equally increasing or equally decreasing. Okay, perfect negative correlation if the changes in two variables are in opposite directions and the absolute values of changes are in equal proportion. We say that there is a perfect negative correlation between them. Okay, right. This is given here in the next chart. So now we come to the next concept of zero correlation. If there is no relationship between those two variables, so if there is no positive or negative correlation between the two variables which we have taken for our study, we call them as a zero correlation. Okay. If there is no relationship between the two variables, then the variables are said to be independent. In this case, the correlation between the two variables is zero. Okay. So now we come to something called a linear correlation. So linear correlation, the difference between linear correlation and perfect positive correlation or perfect negative correlation is like perfect positive and perfect negative correlation are proportionately equivalent values, whereas this linear correlation is like they have a constant ratio values. They are not proportionate, but they have a constant ratio values. Say like 1 unit of change in x may relate in increase or decrease in 2 units of change in y. Okay, so in that kind of a proportion, right? So linear correlation, if the quantum of change in one variable always bears a constant ratio to the quantum of change in the other variable, we say that the two variables have a linear correlation between them. Okay. So now we come to the next concept of coefficient of correlation. Okay. So coming to coefficient of correlation, this coefficient of correlation is nothing but the relationship strength value. Okay. So
Sir,
we are measuring whether it's yes,
so sorry to interrupt, but for linear correlation, can you give an example?
For linear correlation, say like what can I give an example?
Because there are two other variables which have to be correlated to one.
Yeah, I get your point. Like, say for example, if you are buying 2 chocolates for 10 rupees, okay, so how much you will be buying for 20 rupees?
4.
And for 30?
6.
Yeah, you understand the concept, right?
Oh, like okay, makes sense. Understood.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
So coming to coefficient of correlation is nothing but the strength of relationship between the variables. Okay, coefficient is nothing but the representation of the strength between the relationship of the two variables. Okay, the coefficient of correlation between two variables x and y is a measure of degree of association, that is strength of relationship between them. The coefficient of correlation is usually denoted by the letter R. Okay, so whenever you are representing a correlation value, you must be representing in the value R, a term alphabetical term R. Okay. So Carl Pearson's coefficient of simple correlation. Let n denote the number of pairs of observations of two variables x and y. The correlation coefficient R between x and y is defined by the given formula. Okay. So as you can see here, page number 130 at the bottom of the page, you find the equation, right? R is equal to n summation of x and y, xy minus summation of x into summation of y divided by square root of n summation of x square minus summation of x whole square minus summation of x whole square root of n summation of y square minus summation of y whole square, right? So this is the formula for calculating the coefficient of correlation. So nowadays we don't use any manual calculations for these regressions or correlations or anything. Okay, as I said in the last class, I showed something in Excel. No, I showed something in Excel like data analysis and all those stuff. You just click in one click of a button, you can run all these values. Okay, you do not do any manual calculations, or you not need to remember any of these formulas in present days. But for example, exams point of view, kindly mug up any 1 or 2 equations or any 2 formulas, right? Apart from this, there are so many statistical softwares available like SPSS, okay, Literal. I hope you people are familiar with those softwares, or no problem if you're not familiar also. Just Google them, you can find them. IBM, SPSS, Literal. All those stuffs are other softwares which are supporting this statistical analysis exclusively. So no more manual calculations, right? So now coming back to the correlation coefficient, there are some properties for this correlation coefficients. Okay, as I said to you, R is the denotation value for your strength of relationship. So what are the values that determine the strength of relationship between X and Y? Okay, let's look into the first one. The value of R ranges from minus 1.0 to 0.0 or from 0.0 to positive 1.0. Okay. This value of R, if the value of R is equal to 1, it indicates that there is a perfect positive correlation between the two variables. Okay. A value of R is equal to minus 1.0 indicates that there is a perfect negative correlation between the two variables. Okay. Again, if the value of R is equal to 0, it indicates there is zero correlation. There is no relationship between the two variables. Okay. And again, a positive value of R shows a positive correlation between the two variables. A negative value of R shows a negative correlation between the two variables. A value, see, kindly take a look at point number 7. Okay. A value of R is equal to 0.9 and above indicates a very high degree of positive correlation between the two variables. Okay. This is very important while depicting the strength of a relationship between the two variables. Whenever you have a R value of 9, I am speaking about the interpretation part. Once you are done your analysis, you try to find out your R value. When that R value becomes closer to 9, you say that there is a high degree of positive correlation between the two variables. Right. Point number 8, kindly look at point number 8. A value of minus 0.9 greater than or equal to R value, which is less than or equal to minus 1.0, shows a very high degree of negative correlation between the two variables. Okay. So positive 0.9, negative 0.9, positive correlation, negative correlation, high positive correlation, high negative correlation. Okay. Point number 9, for a reasonably high degree of positive correlation, we require R to be from 0.75 to 1.0. Right. So whenever it is around 0.9, we say high positive correlation or high negative correlation. When it is like 0.75, we say that we have an average moderate positive correlation, high positive correlation. The value of R from 0.6 to 0.75 may be taken as a moderate range of positive correlation. So like you have 3 categories here, as you can see, point number 7, 8, 9 and 10, right? The values closer to 0.9 indicates very high. The values closer to 0.75 are reasonably high, and the values from 0.6 are taken as moderate degree of positive correlation. Okay. So the values below 0.6, what about the values below 0.6, like 0.5 or 0.4? They indicate that there is a correlation between the variables, but they are not very strong. Okay, they have a relationship, but the relationship is not very strong. Okay, these are the meanings for these values. Right. So you find the problem number 1. You have a set of advertising expenditures and sales. The data gives you like advertising expenditure in rupees and sales in rupees, in lakhs, right? So advertising expenditures are in thousands and sales are represented in lakhs. So the question is like determine the correlation coefficient between them and interpret the results, right? As you can see here, you have your X values, you have your Y values, you have your XY, you have X square and Y square. You have all your summations also.
Sir, in book it is given as a Y square. It is a X square, right?
Where?
Formulation, that page number 132.
132. It's correct only, no? Where you are seeing?
The solution below, above the table.
Yeah, the second one, summation of X square, Y square. Summation X, that one. Okay. Calculate the summation of X, summation of Y, summation of XY, summation of X square and summation of Y square. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
sir.
XY only. Okay. Kindly look into the table. Actually, I hope you people understand what is this XY
Yes, sir.
summation, all those stuffs, right? Any doubts in this table?
Yes, sir.
No.
No.
This is a very basic table, right? I hope all of you understand this table.
Yes.
Yeah, you just
Yes,
apply
sir.
those values in the formula. You'll be getting the answer. Nothing complicated here. Okay. Now come to the last part. That is after applying formula, you have a value of 0.9277. Can somebody tell me what do you mean by 0.9277? It is positive or negative?
Positive.
Positive. So what do you say as an interpretation from this question? So the question is asking that determine the correlation coefficient between them and interpret the result. Okay. You have determined the correlation coefficient. You got an answer of 0.9277. So what is the interpretation you're going to give from that?
Sir,
Positive.
Very
High
high
degree
degree
of
of
correlation.
High degree of positive correlation.
Okay. So what is that exact meaning from this scenario? You said like statistically you're saying that it is a highly positive correlated variables. So put it in the problem.
The
How can
more you spend on the advertising expenditure, the more will be the sale.
Very good, very good. I hope you are very clear with the concepts. Very good. I hope all of you understand the concept, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the same in the case of problem 2. I think you can look into the problem 2 later. Problem 3 also. We are running out of time. I'll move to the next concept. Okay. The next concept is rank correlation. Take page number 136. You find something called a rank correlation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you are trying to calculate Pearson's correlation coefficient, we call them as Pearson's correlation coefficient. Okay, the first case. The next case, we are going to calculate the rank correlation. We call them as Spearman's rank correlation coefficient. First one Pearson's, second one is Spearman's. Okay, do not confuse. Right. So in the case of rank correlation, if ranks can be assigned to two pairs of observation of two variables x and y, then the correlation between the ranks is called as the rank correlation coefficient. It is usually denoted by the symbol rho. Okay, you can see the symbol rho there, no? It is given by the formula rho is equal to 1 minus 6 into summation of d square minus n cube minus n. Okay. So what do you mean by d? D is the difference between the corresponding ranks of x and y. Okay, rank of x minus rank of y. And n is the total number of pair of observations of x and y. Right. Right. So kindly look into the first problem number 5. So rank correlation is very simple. It is not like coefficient of correlation. It is like Spearman's coefficient of correlation. This is very simple. You are just going to look into the ranks. You are going to find the differences, right? So in problem number 5, Alpha Recruiting Agency shortlisted 10 candidates for final selections. They were examined in written and oral communication skills. They were ranked as follows. Okay. So as you can see in the table, you find candidate serial number. There are 10 candidates. Rank written in communication, rank in written communication, rank in oral communication. Okay, they have given ranks for both the interviews. Both the test. So what does the question ask us? Find out whether there is any correlation between the written and oral communication skills of shortlisted candidates. Right. So kindly look into the next table now, solution table. So here what they are given is take X as written communication skill and Y as oral communication skill. Okay. They just written the rank of written communication skill and oral communication skill, and they have calculated D. D is nothing but the difference in the ranks between X and Y. as you can see here, the rank for the first one, say for the candidate, first is candidate. The rank for written communication is 8, and for rank in oral communication is 10. The difference is -2. Okay. The next one is D square, just squaring the value of D. The same is carried out for all the 10 candidates. I hope you are understanding the table, right?
Yes.
No confusions, right? This is very simple. They have just taken the numbers, they have just listed out, found out the differences, and made a square root. That's it. Okay. Once they have entered the table values, kindly look down. We have n is equal to 10. The rank correlation coefficient is rho is equal to 1 minus the formula 6 summation of d square minus n cube minus n. So they have given all those values. And the correlation value observed here is 0.82. So what about 0.82? What does that infer?
Positive rank.
Positive.
High positive rank.
Again, high positive correlation, right? If it is somewhere around 0.75, we could have said that it is moderately positive correlated, positive moderate. So here it is highly positive. Okay. So this rank correlation is one of the most simple methods of calculating correlation. Okay. So basically in statistics or in any survey studies or any relationship studies, we rarely use this rank correlations. Okay. Most of the time we try to use coefficient of correlation. That is the first one. Okay. So we'll move on to the next concept. I hope all of you are clear with the rank correlation also, right? We'll move on to the next one.
Sir, can we expect, sir, these kind of questions in exam also?
Yeah, sure. You have one whole unit for this, man. Unit number 4 is full of your this cases only. At least in alternate choice questions also you can expect this. Yeah, kindly take page number 147. You find something called regression.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Sir, resolving ties in ranks. Page number 142.
Please carry on. What was that? Somebody was trying to ask something.
I just wanted to see one problem there is in problem 9, sir, actually. Page number 145.
Page number 145. Okay.
Sir, what is the repeated values resolving ties in ranks?
It's my question.
Page number 142.
Yeah, page number 145.
142, sir.
42, sir.
142.
Yes, sir, 142.
Yeah. So this is nothing but you're asking about the ties, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is nothing but if you have same ranks for different, say for example, in this case, same ranks are given for 2 times or 2 scenarios. Like say in the first case, we have some 2 interviews. Like for the 2 interviews, you are getting the same rank. Then how to sort out? That is the case here. So you have something called see the correction term for a row when the ranks are tied. You find something in page number 143. Okay. Kindly look into page number 143.
Okay, sir.
You find something called if there are two items with equal values, their ranks will be two consecutive integers, say s and s plus 1. Their average is s plus 1 divided by 2 to assign rank to both items. No, could you find that paragraph?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So it is nothing but if you have two ranks similarly, what to do in this case? Okay, you have to apply the formula there with considering like m items to add, that is m cube minus m by 12. Okay.
Sir, m is a standard value, or is it the
No,
number
in case if you are having any values that are parallel, sorry, that are equal to each other.
Sir, how is M derived?
Excuse me. I'm trying to look into the problem directly. So let's take up the problem by itself. No, without doing the problem, we cannot give any answers. Like kindly look into page number 141. You have that solution table column, no?
Yes, sir.
Select salespersons, manager 1, manager 2, manager 3, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, all the stuffs, right? For salesperson 5, you consider manager 1 and manager 2's rank, as well as for salesperson 6, you consider manager 2 and manager 3's rank. Again, for salesperson 9, manager 1 and manager 3's rank. As you can see here, they have calculated the coefficient values for 1 and 2, 1 and 3, and 2 and 3. Am I right? So in the case of ties, they have just taken average of this two ranks and then proceeded with the same old formula. So somebody was asking about this correction terms, right? What is M? Somebody was asking M. No? M is your correction term. Okay. So kindly look at this table number of 144. Okay. So M determines the similarity between the ranks. Okay. If you are taking two values, M is 2. If you are comparing three values, M is 3. Say like I'm speaking about the number of ranks. Say like for salesperson 1, there is 3 ranks. Salesperson 2, there is 3 ranks. Similarly, if the ranks are, if we are comparing the ranks of 1 and 2, we take M as 2. If you are comparing 1, 2, and 3, we take it as 3, right? And so on. So this is an illustration of how your correction term is being arrived. So as a rule of thumb or a standard rule, if M is 2, your correction term is 0.5. If M is 3, your correction term is 2. Okay. I am speaking about the table which is present in page number 144, the first column and the last column. Okay, those two values, I am speaking about those two values. If M is 2, your correction term is 0.5, your M is 3, your correction term is 2, your M is 4, your correction term is 5, your M is 5, then your correction term is 10. Okay, so that is what they have mentioned in the below section of illustrative examples. Again, the next example also says the same. Okay. So here 87. Okay. So as you can see in the next problem number 9, this is the same case. In this case, they have not given any ranks. What they have asked to do is like they have asked to arrange these numbers in a descending order and give ranks for them. Okay. These are all very simple. So I'll move to the next one. Yeah, I'll move to regression. So you try working out them. If you have any doubts, I'll try to work out it manually also. No problem. Okay. We'll move to regression. Yeah. So as I said to you earlier, regression is nothing but the strength of relationship or the extent of relationship basically between two variables. So when you are writing about correlation, if you are finding relationship between variables using correlation, what do you give an interpretation? You do whether they are positively correlated or negatively correlated, whether they are highly positive or reasonably or very low positive correlation, negative correlation, and so on. But in the case of regression, you say that to what extent they are related to each other, or what amount of influence these kind of variables influence between each other. Okay, regression in pairs of observations, if there is a cause and effect relationship between variables x and y, there is an average relationship between these two variables called as regression, which means that stepping back or return to the average. The linear relationship giving the best mean value of a variable corresponding to the other variable is called as a regression line or the line of best fit. Okay, regression is always denoted by a standard equation of a straight line. Can somebody tell me the equation of a straight line? Y is equal to
mx plus c.
Okay, any other form? One what he said is correct, any other form? Okay. Right, we'll continue. So the regression of x on y is different from the regression of y on x. Thus, there are two equations of regression, and the two regression lines are given as follows. So, so as I said, regression is measuring the strength of relationship between two variables. So let's take an example so that you will be understanding easily. So kindly imagine the relationship between a mother and a child. Okay. So child has an affection over her mother. The same in the case of mother. Mother also is very affectionate with the child. So if you are trying to calculate the relationship between those two people, the dimension of relationship is different between those two people. Am I clear? the affection of mother towards his child is entirely different, not entirely different, but to an extent it is a great positive relationship, whereas the child is showing its affection towards his mother. It is also a good relationship, but those two are from different dimensions. Do you get my point? So regression is not always a unidimensional measurement. Okay. So the relationship of x on y is different, whereas the same in the reverse direction, y on x is also different. So we are giving two different equations for this expression of regression, right? For a regression of y on x, we say that y minus y bar is equal to y byx x minus x bar, whereas in the case of regression of x on y, you have something called x minus x bar is equal to bxy y minus y bar. Okay, you find what is x bar, what is y bar, and what is x and y. Okay, so can somebody say what is x and y?
Both the variables.
Okay, very good. So x bar and y bar are nothing but the mean of both the variables. What do you mean by mean value?
Average.
Very good, average. So now the next part is like standard deviations of x and y. So let sigma x and sigma y denote the standard deviations of x and y respectively. We have the following result. So before going to this formulas directly, you have something called a standard deviation. What do you mean by a standard deviation? You people told me like what is a mean value, right? Mean value is nothing but average value. Say for example, if you're having 10 numbers, you are going to calculate the average of those 10 numbers and that becomes your mean value, right? So what do you mean by standard deviation? So let's take an example, very simple example, we'll make it fast. So count, let's take numbers 1 to 10. Okay, what is the mean value of 1 to 10? What happened? What is the average of 1 to 10?
5, sir.
5.5.
5.5. 55 by 10.
Okay, 5.5, very good. Okay. So then now tell me, what do you mean by standard deviation?
Average between x and y.
Average, yeah. No average.
It's the square root of variance.
Square root of variance. Any other answers? I'm just asking you what is the you said your mean value for 10 numbers, right?
Sir, I am not sure, sir. I think we will get the mean value 5.5. After that, we will minus that 5.5 from each single number, I think. I am not sure.
Very good, very good, very good. You are nearby, closer to the answer, right? Okay, let's say take an assumption, right? You have your mean value. You are taking a straight line. Say, for example, you are drawing a straight line. You are writing your numbers 1 to 10 in that graph. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Where will be pointing? Where will be marking your value 5.5? Exactly in the middle, somewhere in the middle, closer to the middle, right? That becomes your mean value. You try to draw a line from there. Okay, that is the straight line from your mean value. So with your mean value, try to plot your corresponding 1 to 5, 1 to 10 values. It will be either in the left hand side or in the right hand side. Am I right? Your 1, 2, 3, 4 will be on your left hand side, whereas the values greater than 5.5 will be on your right hand side. Right? The distance from your mean value becomes your standard deviation. How much they are deviating from your mean value. Okay. Say for example, 5.5 is your mean value. You are plotting 6 on the graph. It is very closer to the mean value. Okay. Whereas you are trying to plot value 10. From 5.5, it is the far most value, I suppose, if I'm not wrong, right? So it has a greater standard deviation, right? It is very deviated from the mean value. So this is what you call as a standard deviation. Standard deviation is nothing but how much the value is being deviated from your mean value or a center value, right? Okay. So now look here. Here some sigma square, sigma x and sigma y denote the standard deviations of x and y respectively. Okay. Byx is equal to r sigma y by r sigma x, and bxy is equal to r sigma x divided by sigma y. Therefore, r square is equal to byx into bxy, and so r is equal to square root of byx bxy, right? So all this we keep them aside. Okay. So I'm running out of time, man. Okay, we'll take a look at the graph of I'll tell you the page number. Yeah. Page number 149, you find a graph, no? With your origination and graphs, right? So this, you forget about all the values. You just look into the straight line. Okay. That straight line is nothing but your regression. Once you have pointed your regression values, you have a straight line. That equation denotes the equation of your regression. Okay. So this concept works on the principle of least squares. I hope all of you, what do you mean by least squares? You'll be familiar, I suppose, right? So like you have an equation number 1, normal equations in page number 150. You find there y is equal to a plus bx.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
the other person, someone said like y is equal to mx plus c, something like this is another form of representation of equation of a straight line, right? I hope all of you know what is a, b, all the stuff, x. So we'll move on to the problem directly. We don't waste time on this theory always. Okay, take problem number 10. We look into the problem directly. Page number 152.
Sir, in this unit, mostly we will get the problems.
At least in the alternate choice, you'll be getting any one of the problems. Anyone, randomly anyone. Either it may be correlation, ANOVA, regression, anything.
Okay, sir.
But that will be alternate choice, don't worry. Okay, take problem number 10. Consider the following data on sales and profit. Okay, x is nothing but your sales and y is your profit. So the question asks like determine the regression of profit on sales. Okay, the same case here. You're going to plot your x values. You're going to tabulate your x values. You're going to tabulate your y values. You're finding your xy. Then you find your x square. Then you're going to apply your formula, right? You're going to find out the values of a and b correspondingly after using the formula. Okay, first you find the value of a. After substituting that value of a into the equation, you try to find out the value of b. Then you finally make them into an equation of a straight line. Okay. We'll do one thing. Since we are running out of time, kindly look into this regression problem. If you're having any doubts in this problem, kindly intimate in the next class. I'll try to work out this problem, or any doubts you can ask me in the next class. Okay. Take this as an homework. Try to work out by yourself. In case of any doubts, you can ask me in the next class. Okay. Don't get complicated with too many formulas. Just take the formula of regression and the equation of straight line. Only 2 formulas. Okay. Do not complicate with so many formulas. Right. Those above mentioned are for just clarification and conceptual purposes. Okay. Right. After this, we have your ANOVA also, which you call as analysis of variance, and that we'll be discussing in the next class. Okay. So while coming to the next class, kindly have an idea of about what is this descriptive statistics like mean, median, mode, summation or significance values, all those stuffs, and try to study something about the t-test and ANOVA. Okay, just have a basic idea of about what is a t-test and what is ANOVA. With that basic idea, we'll move on to the ANOVA concept next class. Okay, right. Any doubts for today's session?
No, sir.
Sir, can you summarize the difference between regression and correlation shortly?
Yeah, I'll say that. No problem. Correlation is nothing but it's like say if you are randomly looking into two people, two any unfamiliar people, you and a friend are chatting with each other. You say that those two people are related with each other. Your friend says that they are not related with each other. They are not related with each other. One of you approach them. You ask those two people whether you two are friends, whether you two are relatives. That is kind of correlation, right? Say in that case, you both do not have an idea of about the other two people. You're just trying to find out whether those two people are related to each other or not, whether those two people are friends or not. In any case, they are related or not. You're just going to find out whether they are related or not, in what ways they are related. That's it. That is the case of correlation. Other case, you and your friend knows that those two people are already related with each other. To what extent they are related? They are just hi-bye friends, or they are very intimate friends, or they are very close relatives. You try to find the extent of their relationship. That becomes your regression. Okay. Correlation only says the dimension of your relationship and whether they are related or not. Whereas regression says to what extent they are related. Okay.
Sir, but correlation coefficient also says to what extent it is correlated.
No, that gives the dimension. I'm repeating once again. It gives the dimension of relationship, whether they are highly positive correlated or low positive correlated. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
That gives the magnitude and dimension only, not the what do you call the strength or the extent of relationship. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Right. Okay. Anything else? Okay then. I'll see you in the next class. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear students. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Very good. Very good. So after learning research methodology, something about ANOVA, regression, coefficient of correlation. Okay. So this is now what we are going to learn. This is simple. No, you can learn. Okay. If you go through, you have a lot of things to study. The Google. Okay. Many things are there available in the YouTube, in the Google page. And you can read and work out and you can understand. So anything and everything is possible, but only by hard work. Self-learning is the best learning. Okay. So what we are giving you now, we are giving just an outline, but you need to persevere. You should have interest in it, because nowadays data science, no, that is what very important. No analysis. What is happening? What is the relationship? How far it is related? Okay, is it positively related or negatively related? Is there any correlation or connection? Okay, is it will it be creating an impact, positive impact or negative impact? Okay, so that's what no we study. Okay, the COVID-19, no, whether it has got a relationship with the vaccine. If you take vaccine, whether that disease, will it be contagious? Will it affect the person? Okay, if you take that vaccine, will it affect the health or not health? Okay, so this is what a relationship, studying about the relationship. Okay, this you can learn. Okay, unless you have interest, but you need to study no on your own. Take no effort, you will learn. Okay, last time we were discussing about the case study, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, we will say no. We will discuss about the case, no, that particular case, no. That's an individual case, no. The case study, no, we don't find any answer in the book. Okay, this you have to know, think on your own. based on the concepts, principles you studied, based on that you have to think and you have to present. The presentation is very important. How you present, okay? Okay, simply you should not write on your own, write pages after pages. Okay, you should present with the headings. Okay, see, you see here the notes, how it is presented. You see flow chart, you see the heading, you see some quotations, you see some bullet points. Okay, you see some bullet points, so this is how you have to present in the exam. You should not simply write, fill up the pages. Then people will not like to read what you have written. People will think that you have bluffed something, you have written something. Okay, so you have to write in a presentable manner. Page number.
Sir, any sample photos of it?
Sample, we don't have a sample here in the notes, but we can look into the Google. You can look into the Google and find out. But see, each university they have asked in a different way. But what I say, you listen to me. With those you can write. Okay, with those tips, you can write. See, they have asked 3 questions. You see here, they have asked 3 questions. You write a heading that case study. Okay, it's a big mark question. I think it gives you 20 marks.
Yes, sir.
It gives you 20 marks. Okay, so 3 questions. Okay, so you make a heading. First of all, you write a big heading, case study. Yeah, for the case study of the president of Metro Manufacturing. Okay, make a heading. Then the first question number 1. Okay, as the president of Metro Manufacturing, what specific skills will Rajesh need to be effective? Okay, make it as a heading. Then you give small headings. Okay, small headings, and write it under the small heading. Make a paragraph, and if you want to give some tips or suggestions, okay, you give as a bulleted points. Then go to the second heading, go to the third heading. Anything you want to write it as a paragraph, you write. Anything you want to give it as a bulleted points, you give it. Okay, you have to give it in a presentable manner. So first I'm talking about the presentation. Should not you fill up the pages. Okay, so you should have some headings. You should have some major headings, minor headings, some paragraphs, some bulleted points. Okay, first understanding. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if my screen is not seen, if my voice is not audible, if I am out of the class, please give me a call. Okay, dear students, if any connection has if there is
Yes, sir, I will do it.
Okay.
one of you can give me a call. Okay, if I am not connected. Okay, if I am out of the class. Okay, thank you. Now we will go to the point. So this is the general thing I told to you. Okay, see, if it's a 20 marks, at least you have to write 6 pages. Okay, so each question you take 2 pages. Okay, but the presentation, imagination, you have to use your imagination skill. Okay, and you have some basic principles. So in the first unit, the first 2 units, you have studied something. They studied something about the manager. Okay, about the managerial skills. Am I correct or not? You have studied, you have studied the first 2 units, what you have studied: the nature of management, levels in management, social responsibilities of business, manager and environment, planning, managing by objectives, policies, decision making. Okay, 2 units you have studied all these things. Yes, no, yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, see, that principles, that concept, should be in your mind. Okay, with the support of those points, with the support of those points, those ideas, those concepts, you have to write here. So this is a practical, okay, this is like a practical. Somebody, somewhere, some noise. You can mute. Please mute your mic. Okay, let me continue. Okay. So first question: as the president of Metro Manufacturing, what specific skills will Rajesh need to be effective? Okay. So as the president, okay, you have to think in his shoes. Okay, you put yourself into the shoes of president of Metro Manufacturing. Okay, you have to think in his perspective. Okay, as the president of Metro Manufacturing, what specific skills will Rajesh need to be effective? Okay, if Rajesh need to be effective, okay, effective leader, effective president, effective boss, okay, what could be the skills he should acquire? What skills he must use? Can you please say on your own?
Sir, interpersonal skill.
Okay, very good. Interpersonal. Okay, first you write interpersonal. Okay, first you give a small paragraph answer. Okay, a president of Matter Manufacturing. Okay, he must have all these skills. Why he should have all these skills? Because in order to manage the organization. Okay, so there are many skills. Okay, managerial skills. You write you write as a paragraph. Do you understand? Okay, you write as a introduction. Okay, a preliminary introduction you give for the first question. You give a small paragraph, a paragraph of understanding about why he should have these type of skills. Why? Because he is the president. Why? What is the role of president? Okay, so what is his specific role in the organization? That and all you can write. Then you write one by one. You write interpersonal skills. What do you mean by interpersonal skills? Okay, so through interpersonal skills, what one can do? Why the president of the Metro Manufacturing, Rajesh, why he must possess that interpersonal skills? Because he needs to communicate, because he has to relate with the people, he has to relate with his employees, he has to relate with the stakeholders of the organization. Okay, he must be able to he must be a person who can communicate with everybody. He is the boss of the organization. Okay, he is the facet of the organization. He should be able to connect with everybody, connect with the government, connect with the creditors, connect with the suppliers, connect with the customers, connect with the employees, connect with his boss. Okay, do you understand? This is simply a imagination. Do you understand? Say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It will be an
Yes, sir.
See, this is no. Yes, thank you. 2 years, 3 years, okay. See, this is an imagination question. You should be happy about writing this question. Okay, you are not going to memorize anything. Okay, you have to write on your own. You create your own heading. You write.
Can we just add also the mentioning the skills?
Yes. One of you is talking. Please talk, my dear. What I can add? Come on, what you can add? Please tell. Please tell, friend. Okay, if your connection is disconnected, others can talk. Say interpersonal skills. You can also write any other skills. Okay. What are all the skills? Okay. What else you can say?
Presentation is not visible.
The screen is not visible.
Yeah, visible.
Maybe you check your connection, my dear friend. You check, my dear friend. Others you can also talk other skills. What are the other skills? First one, interpersonal. Anything else? Come on. You say.
Multitasking.
What's that?
Multitasking.
Multitasking. Very good. Then.
Problem solving skills.
Problem solving. Okay. Very good.
So taking a feedback. Doing it in a group where he can schedule a meeting and see what can be done to improve from his taking feedback from the team members.
Okay, so collecting feedback. Okay,
Decision making, sir.
Good. Then
Decision making, sir.
Decision making. That is very important. Very good.
Managerial skills, sir.
Okay, managerial skills. Very good.
Innovation in the field.
Team building skill.
Team building. Very good. Very good.
So innovation in the field.
Yeah, 1 minute. One of you, please. One start.
Innovation.
Okay.
Innovations in the field.
Innovation. Very good. Very good.
So
That's very important.
developing alternatives.
Very good. Developing alternatives, finding solutions, finding options. Very good.
Good communication skills, sir.
Very good. Communication. Okay. Over. Super, no? This is everything is purely based on your imagination, no? And those skills you already studied. And you have to write, no? The skill, first of all, you have to write it. Make it as a heading, okay? Minor heading. Okay, these are all minor headings. And you explain what is problem solving, what is decision making, okay? What is finding out options, okay? What is innovation, okay? Why that skill is important, and why you write why Rajesh, the president of Metro Manufacturing, why he must possess innovative skills, because the business today is changing, the trend is changing. We have to find out what actually happens in your country, in your region. Okay, simply you have to connect with the person. Okay, first you have to write what the skill is, and you have to explain why that skill is important. And third one, you apply those skills to president of Metro Manufacturing. Okay, then you have to say think on behalf of the president of Metro Manufacturing. You write and give your points. Okay, likewise, no, you can write. So if you are able to give 10 skills, it will be 2 pages. It will go to 2 pages. Okay, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
But don't make spelling mistakes. Okay, grammar mistakes, there can be grammar mistakes, but the presentation should be very important. I told you, no, make a general
Sir.
heading. Yes.
So textbook page number, I think, sir.
Textbook page number 78 pa.
79. 79 something.
79.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
79. Do you understand? Do you understand, my dear students? Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So this is purely imaginative question, ma. See, you should be happy about writing it. Okay. This is like a practical situation. Okay. Whatever you studied, no, you are going to apply. Okay. You are applying in a individual case. You write on your own. Okay. But no, the presentation, I'm telling you, the presentation you have to write, no, make the case study. It should be in the general heading. Okay. Center page. Then you have to make again a major heading. Then you have to write it as a paragraph. Then you give a minor headings. Then you write a paragraph like. Then you give some bulleted points. Okay. Then it will look very nice. It will look. See, you look at this page. They don't write everything in full page. They break into paragraphs. Likewise, you have to break into paragraphs, but with the headings. So that when the people correct your answer paper, they will look into the headings. They will look into the major headings, minor headings, and they will look into the presentation, and they will also look into your bulleted points. Okay. Then the whole page, the presentation, they will be very happy and will be able to give you full marks. Maybe 90% of marks, they'll be able to give you. Can we discuss the second and third question?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The second one. How do the demands of different levels of responsibility change as manager progresses up the hierarchy of an organization? Okay. Now, this manager, first he was what he was in the preliminarily 20 years ago. What he was? You see here 20 years ago.
Foreman.
20 years ago, Rajesh was just a young man, okay, right out of college with no business experience. He was a foreman, okay. Foreman, he simply went through the standard operating procedures manuals, okay. He was patient enough to answer. For a foreman, he did not have to make too many critical decisions, okay. Not taking any decision. He has to simply follow whatever he was asked to do, okay. So he was in the operation level. He did not have much responsibility. But afterwards, what happens? After a few years of time, he was promoted as a. He was promoted. Things sure did change then. As
Middle
production manager, okay. As production manager, he had to think further into the future, okay. But as a foreman, Rajesh was primarily concerned with meeting daily production requirements. He was simply doing whatever he was asked to do. But as a production manager, he had to think a lot. Please mute your mic, some of you, please. When I am talking, you mute your mic. Yes, please. Please, one of you. Otherwise, I go back to the screen. I have to find out who is. Okay, it will be a time waste. That's all. SS Square, please. SS Square. Mute your mic. Can you please? Okay. SS Square, please. SS Square, can you please mute your mic? Oh my God, I did not. No.
11%. Wow. Uma target was 2,246 and they did 2,100.
Sir, SS Square, sir. Oh my God, how can I did not come through the.
Target was 9,938 KD and they did 11,207.
How could I remove it?
13%. Lifestyle target was 3,623 KD and they did 2,693 KD, which is 103%. Target was 18,769 KD and we did 20,497 KD, which is 109%.
Sir, SS Square. SS Square.
Guys, few updates I would like to address today.
What to do now?
First of all,
can you call him? Anybody? Can you give a call to him?
we are moving towards our new season. Made for holidays. All are aware, made for holidays. What's that? Why we are coming with the made for holidays? Any idea? Any guess? People are going on holidays. Great.
Can you give a call to him? Any one of you? Can you please try?
So remove option illa sir.
Number is not available.
Lot of people start.
Remove option illa.
I don't understand, Kumaraguru. Kumaraguru, what are you telling?
இல்ல சார் ரிமூவ் பண்ணலாம்ல.
அதான்ப்பா அது வந்து நான் அவங்க மெயில் வழியா வரலையே நான் வாட்ஸ்அப் வழியா வந்தது, வாட்ஸ்அப் லிங்க் வழியா வந்தது. போஸ்டா என்ன போடல அவங்க, அது மெயில்ல போட்டிருந்தாங்கன்னா பண்ணலாம். மேபி நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் ஐ வில் ஆஸ்க் தம். அவங்கள நான் மேபி யூனிவர்சிட்டி நம்ம பேசுறேன், போஸ்டா போட சொல்றேன். ஒரே ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
So we are going to launch, not going to launch, it is activated from today itself. Wait for holidays, you will see the screen and all these will be updated. Okay, so I urge all of you to just ensure.
நாங்கள் தொடர்பு கொள்ளும் எண் தற்சமயம் தொடர்பு எல்லைக்கு வெளியே உள்ளது.
Okay, university staff, they are also not available now.
Wherever it is applicable, follow that.
Okay, we will see what to do. I have to ask them to make me host.
So please carry on.
Okay, let me go on. Okay, time is going on. Okay, see, so as a manager, production manager, then next, his level is changed, What he was afterwards?
Last time ministry came because
afterwards he was here. Vice President. Okay. So he made to Vice President. Then what happened? It's a major hurdle in his life because he had been in heavy competition. Okay. With well qualified managers, he heard through the grapevine. that was able to think for himself. Okay, thinking, no? Manager role, no? It is a thinking role, no? That's why you get a lot of salary. That way you are given a lot of benefits. Okay, think for your company, think for the future of your company. Okay.
Fitting room, someone is there.
Okay. Then afterwards, president. Then he has to think for the entire organization, the members of the organization, stakeholders, and everything. Okay, that's why the levels of responsibility is changing. Okay, he was in the operation level. Then second one is a middle level management. And third one, he was promoted to the top level management. Okay. Last one, what general recommendations would you offer for Rajesh? What general recommendation? You make a small heading for the question. Recommendation. Then you can give bulleted points.
Understood? From return scanning, make sure return scannings are as per the process under the camera.
Maybe he's in some other class, no? Maybe the class is going on for him.
We're raising.
He is guiding to.
Form immediately. I have raised the exception. Please
I don't know what he's doing. He's teaching.
Okay. That's it. From,
Sir, it appears as if he is teaching something.
and,
Sir, shall we go to the subject?
Yes, yes, sir. We will continue.
Okay. Please adjust. Bear with me this time.
Sir, your voice is a little more audible than SS square, sir. We can continue.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. What to do? Sometimes this happens. Disturbance.
respective department. Okay.
The class was nicely going, but no, the problem is disturbance.
Or your content remover, deactivator pad should be inside if it is not.
Oh my God, God only has to save me.
Okay. So these are the basic hygiene which I'm again and again telling you guys. Don't keep anything. Leave you electrical room, especially.
Okay. Decision making, rationality, barriers, organization structure.
Installer, if the VM goes to the SDM.
Okay.
The installer, if the rest program. Okay. Don't block it. Okay. Fire exit. Don't block the fire exits.
Okay, this one we were discussing about the organization. So this is the third unit, organization structure and design. Okay. So the managerial function organizing may be understood as defining and grouping. Okay, this we were discussing. Grouping the activities. Okay, and you have to establish authority and responsibility. You have to delegate the authority and responsibility. Make a relationship among them. And it results in the creation of a structure most appropriate for the organization's objectives and other internal and external factors. The best structure is the one that enables the organization to interact effectively with its environment, to efficiently channelize the efforts of its people to make efficient use of its resources.
Anything? Nothing. Thank you so much.
1 minute. Madam, good morning, madam. Good afternoon. Can you please make me a host, madam? Because can you please make me the host? Because one of the students is making noise. I am not able to remove him.
No, you cannot be the host. I'm just asking him to mute.
That person is SS. Yes, please. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Students, I have communicated. I have communicated to the Pondicherry University in charge.
Superb, sir.
Okay, that's good. Now, steps in organizing process. Okay, so organization structure. Okay, we have many things to do in an organization. Organizing is a multi-step process consisting of the following: detailing all the work that must be done to attain the objectives, identification of tasks, dividing the total work into activities that can logically and comfortably be performed by one person or by a group of persons. That's what differentiation. Then grouping the related tasks in a logical manner, departmentation. Okay, this is what now happening in the organizing. Okay, so you have to know, find out, first of all, you have to find out what are the activities, which means identifying the task involved. Then you have to divide the total work into activities that can logically and comfortably be performed by one person or by a group of person. Differentiation. Then grouping the related task in a logical manner. Departmentation. Okay, this is what if you want to start an organization, okay, or if you want to see an organization, a systematic or scientific organization, a perfect organization, this should happen. Only then there will not be any confusion. Only then people will be able to do what they have to do, and you will have an output. Okay, you will be able to achieve the goals of an organization. What is an organization chart? Okay, you find out. No, chairman. Okay, is an example. Okay, it's in a hierarchical structure. Manager production, manager marketing, manager finance. Then you find manufacturing, quality, sales, advertising, accounting, okay, taxes. So for everything you will have a manager. Okay. So this hierarchical structure that is typical of most organizations. The number of management levels. Okay. See, for each department, no, there will be a manager for each department. Okay, for checking quality, for checking sales, for checking advertising, for checking accounting, for checking taxes. Okay. See, you just know divide and rule. Okay, manager production. Okay, he will take care of no manufacturing. He will also take care of quality. Okay. Okay, under him, another leader will be there. Another leader will be there. Another boss will be there. Another manager will be there. Okay. The work being done in each position, okay, you can find. This is a typically in a hierarchical structure. You see here. And the type of arrangement of various positions in an orderly way is termed scalar chain or chain of command. Okay, who is the boss for that person, who has to report, to whom he has to report. This is what you find here in this flowchart. Okay, the chain of command exists wherever an individual is made subordinate to another. The supervisor is a subordinate to department head. Department head is a subordinate to plant manager. Plant manager is a subordinate to manager production. Manager production is a subordinate to chairman. So this is what called a chain of command. Then unity of command. Okay, all these things we have to study. When you are studying about an organization structure, okay, what do you mean by chain of command and what do you mean by unity of command? Okay, chain of command principle implies another feature of organizing one subordinate, one boss. Okay, you should not have two bosses for one person. What will happen? Confusion will happen. One boss will say that he has to do this one. Another boss will say you don't do that one. Then he cannot do anything. Okay, he'll be into the confusion. That's why one subordinate must have one boss. He must report to a person, only one person. That's what we call the unity of command. There should be a unity. Okay, there should not be too many commands, but command should come from only one person. If the efforts of subordinates are to be effectively coordinated, it is necessary that they must have a reporting relationship with only one superior. So unity of command principle avoids confusion as to who should report to whom and who should issue orders to whom. This is what called a unity of command. And third one, span of management. It is anybody's knowledge that a manager cannot effectively supervise the activities of an infinite number of subordinates. What do you mean by span of management? How many you can control? How many you can manage? Okay, how many you can supervise? how many you can order, how many subordinates one can have. You cannot know. You cannot dictate everybody. You cannot know manage 1,000 people. Okay, we are human beings. Okay, this is because of the limitations of time, energy, and skills. One cannot know 24/7. One cannot know, supervise thousands and thousands of people. Okay, because we are human beings. We cannot know. We cannot dictate because we are limited by time, limited by energy, limited by skills. This is a natural limit. Okay. So, number of subordinates that a manager can effectively supervise. So, that is what the meaning of span of management. So, direct one-to-one relationship, direct group relationship, cross relationship. You can study all these things, and you can to find out the number of relationships. There is a formula. You can use this formula. That is an example. Then span of management and the levels. The limitation on the part of a manager to manage an infinite number of subordinate obviously results in the levels in the organization. Okay, so that creates a level. Thus, an inverse relationship generally exists between the span of management and the number of management levels. Okay, how many you can organize? Okay, so that is how the management level will increase. Okay, one can control only 40 people. If one can control 50 people, okay, then one boss 50 subordinates. Then next level, one boss 50 subordinates. One boss 50 subordinates in the middle level. Suppose it goes on. Okay, so now based on the span of management, the number of management levels
उधर
will
जितनी भी
increase.
ट्रॉली है ना ट्रॉली कलेक्ट करके इधर लियो.
Then problems with the levels, span of management and the levels we have discussed. Then span of control.
ट्रॉली इधर है तो
Okay.
कोई भी.
So problem with levels, cause and communication, managerial control, because it's easy to communicate so that you can control. Okay, that's why we have level. Then current thinking on span of management. In contrast to the traditional thinking, modern management theories emphasize that there are too many variables that influence the span. Thus, the emphasis has shifted to the variables in the situation. While the fact there is a limit to the number of subordinates that's a spelling mistake, not a 107. There is a limit to the number of subordinates that can be effectively managed, cannot be disputed. The exact number will depend upon the following factors. Okay, how many? Okay, you are going to fix the number of subordinates one can supervise, a manager can supervise, okay, based on these factors. Manager's personality. Okay, some manager can control 100 people or 200 people. Okay, some manager can control only 50 people. Okay, it is based on his personality, based on his capability and subordinates capabilities. Okay, see, I'm not able to control in the class, online class, one man is disturbing. One man is disturbing. Okay, he's creating a noise, creating a disturbance. Okay, I'm not able to control. I'm not able to control 100 people. No, out of 100, one is creating a disturbance, and I'm not able to continue. I'm not able to take class efficiently because of the continuous disturbance. Okay, because we are limited. Okay, subordinates capabilities, that is also important. So subordinate should cooperate. One is not cooperating. One is creating a disturbance. Okay, so that disturbs the entire classroom. That disturbs the entire department. The boss and other subordinates. Okay, everybody is disturbed because of one person. Then the fatigue tolerance, then activity level.
What do you want to say? 1 second here only.
Non-supervisory activities, similarity of activities supervised, complexity of work, availability of facilities.
There is some space. Unit fitting. Okay.
So based on all these factors,
I will take in girls area if needed.
Span of management, you can decide. Then what do you mean by departmentation? See, all these concepts, they come under organization. Okay, organization structure. Okay, we are studying each and every concept, okay, involved in the organization. You understand? Other students?
डिस्काउंटेड भी चाहिए डिस्काउंटेड उधर है
Sir, we are understanding.
Okay, okay.
किधर में जगह है तुम्हें चाहिए कि नहीं
I have informed the university people. Maybe after the end of the
You
class, I
got
will come.
that
Huh?
remove
They
कर दो
told me that they will control, but they
बोल
have
रहा
not.
ना
The
हाँ बस
departmentation.
बैग है उधर तुमने रखा है ना उधर क्या क्या था उधर
Square.
Organizations are in different sizes and maybe producing single product or multiple products. Maybe operating in small geography area or different areas in the world. Okay, this is a general point. Okay, that you know. Okay, organization may be a small size or a big size or larger size. Okay, maybe a
करी
single
क्या
product
उधर
or many products, or maybe in one area or many areas.
वंडर
Okay,
गारमेंट डिस्काउंट में आ रहा है उधर
functional
जो लगे हुए हैं
documentation.
फ्रंट
This is perhaps the most logical
वंडर गारमेंट डिस्काउंट में आ
and the
रहा
simple form of
है स्टिकर जो है
departmentation.
वो हाँ हाँ आ रहा है
Okay, this
ना
is the logical and simple form. You divide, you allocate, okay, functional based on the functions.
Due to SS
Okay,
square noise.
production, if production is happening, you make a production as a separate department. If purchase is happening, you make a purchase as a separate department. Okay, sales is happening, okay, that is a function of sales. You make sales as a department, a separate department. Okay, functional departmentation is a process of creating organizational units on the basis of the firm's major activities. Okay, so this you understand what you mean by departmentation. Advantages. Okay, what are the advantages? The most logical, simple form. It makes efficient use of specialized resources and skills. What are the disadvantages? It is often found to be inadequate to meet the growing needs of the business, particularly as the organization expands or diversifies its activities. Sometimes it happens, no? When you are extending the other departments, no, the already functioning departments, no, they will not, no, they will not be able to function. The functional departmentation, chairman, managing director, managing manager, marketing. Okay, you will be taking care of advertising, selling, manager production, manufacturing, purchasing, manager finance. He is taking care of accounting and taxation. You can also go for departmentation, more departmentation. Advertising, you can have a separate manager. Selling, you can have a separate manager. Manufacturing, you can have a separate manager. Product or market departmentation. One of the most common ways in which business grow is by expanding the product mix. Okay, what is happening here? Okay, managing director, product A, product B, product C. If you are having 3 products, okay, for a product A, you should have a production, engineering, sales, and accounting. Likewise, for each product. Okay, advantages and disadvantages. Okay, product department places emphasis on the basic products, the success of which is critical to the survival. Okay, that is very important. Okay, if the product is not successful, that's all the other departments, they cannot function. Okay, it requires adequate availability of persons with the general management abilities. If you don't have they don't have the proper skills, no, the production, no, the quality, best quality, no, you cannot expect. Then customer departmentation. Okay, you see here, chairman, managing director. Okay, you have retail, consumer sales, government sales, industrial sales. Okay, you are selling a product to customers in a retail way, or to government sector, or to industries. Okay. So this is an advantage. Okay, customer departmentation facilitates concentration on customer needs. Disadvantage is difficult to coordinate operations between meeting customer demand. There is also a disadvantage. You cannot satisfy. You have to find out. Then third one, territorial departmentation. Okay, this is based on the territory, geographical area. Okay, divided based on the areas you fix for making your business. So manager production, manager marketing, manager finance, manager personnel, and you have a zonal level, no? Zonal level manager. Southern, northern, west, eastern, western, or Indian, regional, or international level. Okay, you have a territorial level departmentation. So advantages makes it possible to concentrate on markets and marketing channels in different geographical areas. Disadvantages, there are problems in training people to think in terms of markets rather than products. These are very difficult to know to train people to work in other states or other countries. And project organization.
Sir, can we go back to the previous slide, please?
Yes.
Sir, in this one, this manager, Western region, Northern region, and Southern region, they are dealing directly with the managing director, isn't it?
Okay. Yes.
And they have got, they will not deal with the manager production or manager marketing.
This is simply a model. Okay. This is simply a flow chart. Okay.
Sir.
This. Okay. This is not exactly you find here.
Okay.
This is a departmental territorial departmentation. Okay. You have a manager. This is a hierarchical structure. Yes, of course. This managing director, they will be able to connect with the manager, northern region, and the other departments, production, marketing. Yes, they also will be able to have a connection, have a relationship. Okay.
Understood, sir.
Say what we are studying now is a departmentation based on the territory, okay, based on the customers, based on the product, based on the market. You need to have departments. Okay. You may have any number of levels based on the span of management, based on the your cost management. Okay, based on the business. Then project organization. The use of the project form organization has increased in the last
डिस्काउंटेड है
2
क्या है ये डिस्काउंटेड है
It is
तो हम लोग डालेंगे ना
it is currently being employed in numerous undertakings engaged in the execution of construction activities. Matrix structure is a hybrid organization form containing of characteristics of both project and functional structure. Advantages, specialized knowledge is available to all projects or products. Project is a business. Okay, one business. You take any one business. Okay, suppose you are going to do a construction business, separate project. Suppose you are going to start a business in other country. Suppose you are going to start manufacturing a new product. Okay. So knowledge and experience can be transferred from one project to another. But disadvantages, if the organization has too many projects, then result may be problematic. Okay. So they have given a structure, matrix structure. You can look into the flow chart. You can, when the question is asked, you can please also write the flow chart. Okay, make a diagram of the flow chart.
Sir, matrix structure can be applied to only big organizations, or it can be for small organizations also?
In the larger organization, okay, not in the small organization. If you are involved with the 3 projects, you see, no, project manager A, project manager B, project manager C. If you have only one project, so what they are doing, research and development, you have one department, engineering one department, production or operation one department, HR group one department. Okay, for each department you have a vice president. Okay, then all the vice presidents, they are under president. Okay, so they have a structure. Okay, in the organization they may have any type of structure, but a structure will be there. That's why they say too many projects one organization should not have. So based on the span of management, how many you can control. Okay, based on the personality, manager personality, no, the president personality, manager personality, manager capability, based on the capacity of the employees, based on their technical skills. Okay, everything is involved, no. All the companies, they don't, the Tata company, they are involved in many projects, no, Tata.
Yes, sir.
Even they are in the passport, no, the passport, no, they check everything, no, first, no, the preliminary process,
Yes, yes,
TCS.
sir. TCS.
They check, no. See, they are found everywhere, no, the business.
Yes, sir.
They are involved in because they have experience. Okay, they have every year they take people, no. They, even the employees, no, the vacancy, no, you find for TCS. Every year they are taking. Every year they are appointing people, finding people. TCS is able to find the people. They are able to give employment to the people. Okay, they are able to give a good number, a good salary package. Okay, so because of the experience, because of the that policy, the philosophy, okay, and people they are involved in TCS, for example, you say they involved, they are like partners, they are like the partners in the organization. No, that's why they 100% they show their dedication and their commitment, and they go on extending their business, extending their projects.
Understood, sir. Thank you.
And contingency organization design, last point. In contrast to the models discussed so far, several contingency systems of late have come into wider practices. Contingency means different, okay? We don't have a structure, okay? Flexibility. The emphasis in the systems is on flexibility. They may have any type of structure, okay? Nowadays, teamwork has come. Nowadays, you don't find any hierarchical structure, no? Like a boss. Even the boss, no, will work like a team leader. You go to any companies, no, everybody will wear the same T-shirt. You cannot find out who is the manager. Do you know it? Even the no this the chairman, no, will wear the same T-shirt. You cannot know identify who is the boss, who is the zonal manager. All will know work as a team member. Do you know it? Have you ever noticed anywhere? Everybody will be in the same uniform, no? Do you know that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You have noticed, no? Even the top level management, no, top level people, no, they will wear the same color. They will have the same T-shirt, or the with the same sari, or no. Okay, see, the system today is changing. Okay, so many flexible structures now. Okay, that's why contingency. Okay, that's why this is called as contingency organization design. So it is changing. Okay, we don't have a fixed design. This approach basically led to the development of a contingency theory of organization. This approach is based on the exigencies of the situation because of the need of the situation. So following guidelines for contingency design. Then low cost and efficiency are the keys to successful goal achievement. Organizations should use functional departmentation. When the environment is complex, no, when complex situation, no, then we must have matrix structure. Okay, if the organization is large and operates in a stable environment, it can afford a more formal or rigid structure. Okay, based on your business, you have to you have to fix the structure. Okay, the greater the intensity of competition, the greater will be the degree of decentralization. People say, no, you decentralize, you give, okay, not a one man army. Okay, there is a competition, you give power, you give authority, you divide, you decentralize, give them power. Only then, no, they'll be able to think on their own. Okay, they'll be able to perform. Okay, people say. Okay, that's how, no, this lesson has come. Delegation of authority and decentralization. What do you mean by delegation of authority? Anybody knows? Delegation
A person who
means?
is vested with powers to execute
Okay.
the policies.
Okay. What is he doing? Okay, he is sharing the power. Okay, that's what delegation. Okay.
Sir, authority given to the person as well.
Okay, authority is granted to a subordinate by a superior. Okay, that's what delegation. Okay, you give the power. You give the power to your subordinate. Okay. So delegation of authority organizations would remain forever small if you don't delegate. Authority is the right to command. Okay. Responsibility, you should also have the responsibility. You have power, but you will not take any responsibility, accountability. Okay. So always delegation, delegation of power with responsibility. Okay, process of delegation. How you are delegating? Entrustment of duties or assignment of responsibilities, granting of authority, then creation of accountability. Okay, you give them power. You can sanction 1 crore, but you are not responsible. You don't show any accounts. Then that's not possible. Barriers to effective delegation. What are the barriers? Lack of confidence. Okay, in subordinates, people always think no, they are not efficient. No, they cannot do anything. And second one, the I can do it better myself fallacy. This false principle. Always people think I can do it. I alone can do it. Others cannot do it. Okay, people always think that false principle, and lack of ability to direct. Okay, people know they don't have the ability to direct, then aversion to risk, people they don't want to take risk, that's why they don't give power. Then absence of selective controls. Okay, people know they don't have anybody to control. Then inadequate information resources, people they don't have data, don't have resources, that's why they don't share their power. This is the reason for not delegating people. Overcoming the barriers. How you can overcome? Through effective communication, parity of authority and responsibility. You have to match, okay? Match authority and responsibility, okay? Then incentives, okay? If they are taking up, if they are working hard, okay? Taking charge, taking care of your business, you have to give them incentive, okay? Though the delegation broadly involves assignment of duties, granting of necessary authority to subordinates, the actual practices vary. Okay, so take action. Okay, no further contact with me is needed. Take action. Let me know. So those are the points, no? So he is giving following the Harvey Sherman. He is giving. Okay, that is 3 points. No, there are 6 points. This you read, no? This is a spelling mistake. So decentralization of authority. This we will see in the next class. Okay. Decentralization of authority, factors influencing decentralization, that we will see in the next class.
Okay, sir.
So anyway, thank you for your cooperation. So many disturbances we had, but you are able to adjust. You are able to adjust with me, bear with me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your likes. Any doubts? 2 minutes we have. Thank you, Gayatri, Anandraj, everybody. Okay. Only one of us has disturbed this time. Otherwise, this class would have been more, useful. Crystal, do you have any problem, Crystal? Do you have anything to discuss or understand? Okay, Crystal, thank you. Okay. Any questions you have? But this is easy, you go through. Always you have to write with the headings. Okay, and you can give your own example and give some bulleted points. The presentation is very important, okay? But in the headings, don't make, spelling mistake.
Sir, what about sharing your PPT?
PPT,
Can
I will
you
not
share your
share,
PPT,
no.
sir?
I did not share the PPT. I will share, afterwards, okay? Today I will
Okay,
share.
sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma. Thank you. God bless you. Have a wonderful learning. Have a nice Sunday. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Next class. Anyone know?
Yes, sir. वो सेग्रीगेट इसमें गया है में कौन कौन से गया हेमंत कौन कौन से सेग्रीगेट किया करते हैं मैं क्या साइलेंस डाला ना मैं हेमंत वो बेस्ट बाय जो तुमने डाला वही है हाँ वही पक्के हाँ ठीक है मैं बेस्ट बाय भी लेके आ रहा फटाफट एक शॉट में और इसके बाद क्या बचा है मुझे भेज फटाफट नॉर्मल वाले करते हैं ठीक है ठीक
Good afternoon. Shall we start with organizational behavior? Where I left yesterday.
We have finished attitudes, madam.
Yes. So I have left one thing in personality, and we have started with motivation. So we will proceed with that. So first, can I see the slide? No? Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am. It is okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we'll proceed with the personality traits in personality. So these are the variables on one side. The person should have skills, personality, perception, attitude, values, and ethics so that he will be able to work in the environment. So his behavior will be determined on all these things. So environment is a place where your organization, your work group, job, everything lies. So for that, he should have all these things with starting with skills and ending with ethics. So one of the personality characters in organization is self-efficacy. What is self-efficacy is the belief and expectation about one ability. First, he has to
1 minute,
believe.
ma'am. Can you zoom out?
You can zoom in your screen, I think. This is already zoomed in.
It's too zoomed, so we can see only some letters only. That's why.
Zoom out, ma'am. Zoom out, not zoom in.
Page number, ma'am.
One second. Is it okay now? Wait. I think use volume. Is it okay now? It's 100%. Can you see now?
It is good now, ma'am.
Okay. So self-efficacy is one of the character what you should have is what is this is you have to believe that one's ability is to accomplish a specific task effectively. That is, I have to believe myself.
Madam, which subject, madam?
Organizational behavior, sir.
Okay.
The sources of self-efficacy is the belief that can be arise with the prior experience and prior success. Behavior models, that is, whatever the models you have been following. Persuasion. What is persuasion? We have seen one thing yesterday. It is perception. What is persuasion? Persuasion is making others to do what you think.
Ma'am, sorry, ma'am. Kindly share the page number, ma'am.
Page number of your textbook.
Yes, ma'am.
This comes under first unit. Self-efficacy comes under first unit. The persuasion is you will be thinking that others will do what you think. That is you have to. That is you what you expect them to do. That is persuasion. For example, if you are a seller, you will think that the buyer will be buying only your product. Based on the assumption, you'll be manufacturing the product. Then assessment of current physical and emotional capabilities is also one character which decides your character. That is personality. That comes under self-efficacy. Next one is self-esteem. That is self-esteem we have seen under one need yesterday under Maslow's theory. So Maslow's theory, what are the 5 needs we have discussed yesterday? Anyone who can remember that?
I think we have started it from the psychological needs, safety and
Yes.
security needs, social needs, esteem needs, and self-actuation needs.
Yes, correct. So that is self-esteem is one of the needs what Maslow has discussed under motivation. So your self-esteem is also personality character. Every person should be identified with the feelings of self-worth. So when you say that self-esteem is positive, that is, if it is increasing, it will be making us to reach success. So success tends to increase self-esteem. I don't know who's SS. Please can you mute your audio?
Ma'am, disregard him. He has been doing it since last 1 hour.
Same person.
Ma'am, could you speak a little louder? Your voice is very low.
Can I ask him to be removed?
Yes, ma'am. You can ask the host to remove him, ma'am.
Still he is in unmute mode.
नहीं क्यूमो वगैरह से पैसे रहेंगे नहीं क्यूमा का चेंज नहीं ब्रांड ट्रेनिंग कर लेगा ब्रांड का वो लगा
Okay, 1 second. I will call and ask the DD section to remove him.
Okay, ma'am.
हाँ बोलो 3 कॉपी कर दी 4900 को एक रन दो टेंशन नहीं लेने का ये ट्रांजेक्शन में ऐसे ही होता है हाँ वो बात फर्क कोई बात नहीं भड़कने दो उनका काम है उनका कोई भड़कने की बात नहीं ये दोनों का 3 दे दिया 3 के लिए रखा हो गया 5200 52 भी दे दिया मैंने ये सभी की लड़ाई तो कभी खत्म नहीं होगी ये चलो 7900 पूमा का साइनेज 7900 पूमा 79 ले लो लगा देख लेना कहाँ लगेगा लगा दे पूमा वाले में साइनेज पूमा का लगा ब्रांड वाला की देख लो अगर आपको प्राइस पॉइंट लगाना है तो प्राइस पॉइंट लगा दो बाकी मैंने दिए हैं दिए ये मैंने कॉमन वाले दे दिए 4 5 3 5 7 सब दे दिए 7 अच्छा पूरे ये लो जितने कंपोनेंट अरे इधर आओ ये सारी रनिंग उठा सारी रनिंग ऊपर रख दे ऊपर रख दे इस तरह हो गया सर किधर तक बोल के गए ये इतने की रेटिंग है ना सब बाकी वेव तो करते हैं प्रयास से ये लो हेमंत के पास है ना हेमंत को तो और देखा ना ये तीनों और ये तीनों पहले कर दे ऑडिट वाले आ रखे हैं मर जाएंगे नहीं
Demo. Okay, discussing about self-esteem. Self-esteem success will be increasing your self-esteem. Failures will be decreasing your self-esteem. Next one, self-monitoring. So self-monitoring behavior is based on the cues from people and the situation.
ये तुम लोग बेस्ट बाय करने के लिए वो हटा दीजिए रेलिंग वाला एक्सपेक्ट ठीक है आप रेलिंग ऊपर ऊपर रखा था
Please. Yes, yes, please mute your audio.
Ma'am, don't waste your time on this person. He has been doing it since last 1 hour.
I've already informed they'll be doing it. Okay, self-monitoring. It is based on the people and situations around you. So high self-monitoring will be helping. On the other side, there is flexible adjust. You can adjust according to the situation. And no monitoring is act from internal stage. That is monitoring is you have to monitor yourself for all the activities that is happening around you in the organization. So that comes under self-monitoring. So who would mostly like to monitor? There is low self-monitor and high self-monitor. So on the other side, low self-monitor, who will be getting more promotion, that will be decided. So all these points we are discussing about the personality characters, what an individual should have in the organization. So gets promoted, change employers, make a job related, geography to move. There is movement of one employee to the other job. We always have to plan that all employees should stay in your same organization. They should not be sent to the other organization. So retainment strategy, that is when you are making plan for retaining of employees. What could be done for retainment of employees? So retainment strategy, all companies will have one retainment strategy. What is retainment is? They don't want to leave their organization employees to the other organization. So more salaries can be given, incentives can be given, fringe benefits, extra benefits, non-monetary awards and rewards can be given. So all those things will be a part of retainment of employees in the organization. So personality characteristics in organization, it can be in positive or it can be negative effect. So an individual's tendency to anticipate the positive aspects of oneself. That is, if I think positive, I might be for the betterment. So if I think negative, negative impression should not be transferred or passed on to the other individuals working in the same department, other departments within the same organization. So what are the personality traits influencing behavior? So we have totally the following traits will be, and there is we have to understand these are the different traits of behavior of every individual who is working in the organization. So authoritarianization is one of the trait. It is the degree to which a person believes that the status and the power differences are appropriate in an organization. So what are the characters he will be demanding? He takes orders easily. Then they need highly structured organization. When you want to have authoritarianization, it should be a structure that is formal organization following the rules and regulations. That is following simply we can say following the hierarchy for each and every activities what is happening in the organization. So a person who believes that he has got that status and power will be called as authoritarian. That is authoritative. Then the second one is bureaucratic personality. He says that he will give importance to the rules and regulations of the organization. So he will try to abide by the rules and regulations, and he will not go against the rules and regulations. Why? Because he gives respect to the rules and regulations of the organization. Then the third one is introversion and extroversion is one of the character or the trait of behavior of the individual. So introversion behavior and extroversion behavior. So first on the other one side it is introversion, that is he seeks less stimulation, he'll be quiet, he'll be thinking or speaking. There is more thinking will be done by this person, and he will not there is it will be favoring independence. So he wants some independence in this activity, that is character. On the other side, extraversion is he seeks greater stimulation. He will be energizing, he will be giving energy to the people around him, and he will be thinking loud, and he will be able to adjust to the society, and he'll be able to work in the crowd or in the group behavior. All those things will be the character of extroversion behavior among the people who are working in the organization. The next one is Machiavellianism. That is, these kind of people will also be there. Simply, we can say this character person will be cunning. So they want themselves to do everything. They want to be placed in the first place. So what they will do is they will complain about the other person, or they will be lying about the other person to the manager or the high level employee. So,
Here it is okay because one option is discussion is we are going to put many one down. No, how is
what is happening under their organization. So that is called as locus of control. They think that they are the masters. So the masters, there is locus of control can be internals or externals. So individuals who believe that they control what happens to them. So if I am able to control whatever happening to me, that will be internals. And if they feel that outsiders can control you, that will be coming under external control. And the next one is type A and type B personality. So type A and type B personality, there is characters of this kind of people who is going to be present in the organization. So what is type A personality? Type A personality is always moving, walking, eating rapidly, feel impatient. With the rage, that is, he will not be silent. So he will be able to think about the future, make decision, and he will be able to manage everything by himself. So that will be type A personality. Then type B personality is never suffer from a sense of time urgency. So he'll be slow. He wants everything to do. There is slow and steady wins the race. So that kind of dialogue will be used by this kind of person. So these are the two types of personalities we will be having in the organization. The next one is how we are going to indicate your personality. There is the MBI indicator, or we will say there's MBI indicator, that is Myers-Briggs indicator. So what he has done is he has divided the personality types into four: extroverted or introverted, that is versus sensing versus intuitive, S or N, thinking versus feeling, judging versus pursuing. So what this MBTI will be doing is he will be finding out what are the various characteristics of people who's present in the organization. Totally, individuals who are working in the organization can be characters of 15 characters people. So we will be finding out how many characters employees are there in your organization based upon these eight personality types. One on the sensing or thinking or feeling, judging or pursuing. So we'll say MBJ or MBT. MBJ means judging, MVP means pursuing. So that kind of identification will be made for finding out what are the personality traits of employees who's working in the organization. So you have to tap that and you can identify easily what are the different characteristics of the people who are working in the organization or staying there. So this always it's there. Strong personalities will dominate in a weak situation. So if you're strong, you can dominate others. Already have seen this motivation. Motivation is a part of encouraging your organization employees, and it also helps to reduce your absenteeism and improve your working efficiency of the employee. So Maslow's already we have finished. The next one is ERG. ERG theory. What is Alder first ERG theory? He says existence, relatedness, and growth needs. So what is the difference between Alder first and Maslow's theory? He says that five needs should be there, and as ERG theory says only three needs are there. So what is Alderfer's ERG theory says is when you want to survive, all the three needs are must. But there is no compulsion that only one need should be there. You can have two at a time, three at a time. So when you want to survive, all the three must be in existence. So existence, if you want to exist, existence needs must be satisfied. If you want to have relativeness, relativeness needs should be satisfied. Growth, see we all expect that. So growth must be always there in every organization. So still he is not removed. Huh? So existence, growth, and relatedness, all the three needs are a must for every human to work in the organization. That is what he refers. So what is the difference between these two theories is Maslow says it is a must for every human to have five needs, but Aldo first says that these three needs is enough for a human being to survive in the organization. Then the next one is hygiene theory or two-factor theory. So hygiene. So what is the hygiene?
No, you are not audible.
Factors which will be influencing every employee to work motivated. So achievement, advancement, possibility of growth, recognition, work itself, and responsibility. So any motivational factors should make the employees to achieve and the organization should also to achieve. And there should be advancement from this level. I have to move on to the next level. So that development should be always in existence in every organization. Possibilities of growth is growth can be in production, growth can be in profit, growth can be in expansion. So you can say that even for example, already I have been producing 1,000 units. If I am producing 2,000 units, 3,000 units, so my company is growing. Recognition, every individual wants recognition in the form of posting with promotion, with good pay, hike in salary, increase in incentives. So all those things can be paid by the organization if their workers are working properly. That is, if their performance is satisfied from the employee's point of view, then they can be motivated in the coming period also. So recognition is a must for every employee. So you have to recognize the employees. Work itself is very important for motivation. You should motivate the workers. There is sometimes we always say you can work it, you can do, try it and see. So that kind of activity should be done from the employees' side. The work itself, for example, if I'm asking this question, who will be given extra work in the organization? Part of motivation. Worker who is performing well or worker who is performing average?
Worker who is performing well will be given more work.
Okay, so performance, if it is more, and whatever the work you are allotting, he will be able to do. Then that kind of persons will be given extra work. And responsibility, we all know responsibility goes along with what is the other term related or goes along with the responsibility. If you are responsible, you should be given
More responsibility, more work, and more pay.
more work, more pay. But see, if you are expecting an employee to be responsible, he should be given authority. So authority and responsibility. If I am feeling that I am authorized to do something, I will be that is, I will do everything with responsibility, and I will try to complete the task on time before time. It is what every employee will they will like. That is according to their individual behavior. They want authority and responsibility will go together. That is side by side. So that responsibility should be given to every employee. Then the next one is techniques of motivation. So there are two techniques, financial motivators and non-financial motivators. So these are the motivational techniques what every organization is using. Salary, bonus, profit sharing plan, leave with pay, medical reimbursement. So I think you all will know what this means. Profit sharing, what is profit sharing plan? Profit sharing clause is whenever the company is earning more profit, that will be shared among the employees, not fully. Up to certain level, it will be shared along all the employees, depending upon their performance. Then medical reimbursement is if you are facing any problem and you are undergoing any treatment, and for that treatment, if there is permission under the company's provision, then that amount will be reimbursed by the employee up to certain limit what is allowed by the organization. That is medical reimbursement is medical treatment is also paid by the employer to the employees. That is also one form of motivating. The non-financial motivators is recognition, participation, status, job enrichment, better work, environment, job satisfaction. Recognition, we all know. Participation, we all make employees to participate in extra work. Status, giving the position to work efficiently. What is job enrichment? Job enrichment, job analysis, job description. So what is job enrichment is this you are giving him to work in the extra, that is higher level of job compared to his designation or his experience. So based on the performance of the particular employee in the past, if he is working well, he will be given extra position so that he will be motivated. That is non-financial, that is not in the form of monetary reward, but it is in non-monetary reward. So that is non-financial motivators. Better working environment, giving best working environment. First of all, an employee expects not the salary is given, not the first position, but working environment should be good. Around the situation in which they are going to work, that should be better. So if you are working in a factory, always there should not be water flowing from one corner of the room to the other corner of the room. So it should be clean. So that is what the expectation comes from the employee. So better working environment should be provided, and all employees should be made to feel job satisfaction. Job satisfaction not only comes with the salary, but other factors which is not tangible also comes from the inner heart of the every employee. So job satisfaction, whoever is getting 1 lakh rupees, we cannot say he will be having job satisfaction. Even sometimes he will not be satisfied with the job. So you have to make your employees to be satisfied with the job by using various motivational factors which can be given to the employee, sometimes at the cost of the organization or at the cost of the employees also sometimes. Sometimes you and there is the employer and employee join together will do for the betterment of the organization. Then the next one is stress management. So stress, we all know.
I just Bit low, ma'am.
You're telling I'm fast.
No, your voice is low, ma'am. Not
My
able to
voice
hear.
is lower. Okay, 1 minute. So stress management, can we all work with stress in an organization? Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay.
So how to manage stress among the employees and why to avoid stress? So if you make all your employees to work in the stress mode, then your organizational goal cannot be achieved. So especially when you say that so many researchers they have made in the past, stressed out managers are not good for their company. So whoever is not out of the stress, is full of stress, they are not treated for the company. So you should always have the working environment which is stress free. So it is a condition in which an individual or a group who desires to work with the outcome of the organization. So we have to work in an environment which is not going to create stress. So that kind of environment has to be created by the manager. So that is in the hands of the manager. So job stress is a condition arising from the interaction of the people. What are the situations in which stress will be created inside the organization? We all know what kind of stress we create from the family, from where we go to the organization. But what kind of stress is created inside the organization?
Increased working hours.
Increased
And
working
inside the
hours, yes.
organization, the project meeting the deadline, like if the work is not done, and we have to complete the project within the
Okay,
deadline.
keeping a deadline for the task. Yes. Then keeping
Changing
timings for entering
policies.
and change in policies. Okay, suddenly
Low level
policies change.
wages. Low
Uh,
Low
wages.
level wages.
doing more number of hours of work, ma'am.
More number of work, but less number of payment, less payment. More work, less payment. Then sometimes stress will be created by the organization itself by wantedly. For example, if you are going for attending an interview, they will have a stress free, that is, they will have one round where a situation will be given and you are asked to deal. Why this kind of situations will be given is to check whether you will be able to work in any type of environment that will be happening or your environment inside the organization. We cannot say always activities of the company will be the same. It will be smooth, it will be friendly, it will be cordial. That is never accepted. So there will be lots of changes. So organization should provide a stress-free environment so that the jobs will be carried out without any problem and they will be carrying out all the activities in the normal functioning. So what are the various sources of stress inside the organization? So extra organizational stresses and organizational stresses. So extra external, that is political, economic and technological. So any one of you give one example of political stress factor. At present we are in that situation only, I think so.
Whenever there is a change in the government or whenever
Yes.
elections are there and the
Yes.
policies created by the new government.
Yes, at present we'll be following the old government's policy. So immediately when the new government takes the power, they'll be changing the policy. So they will not follow the same policies framed by the previous government. So what we have to do is if you're running an organization, we have to follow both. Old one up to the date and new one whenever it is asked to follow. So what kind of problem the company will be facing because of this? They have to change a policy. They have to change everything according to the new policy, new government frame. So what happens is this gives the stress to the organization and in turn the employer will be giving the stress to the employee. So finishing the task where because before the new government gets into the power, all the activities must have been completed. So that is one example for political factors. Economic factors, circulation of money. So more money, less money, then price, there is competition of
Depends
price,
upon the demand of the product, supply of the
demand
products.
and supply of the product. So all those under economic factor which creates there is stress for the employer, that is organization. Technological factors, we all know when the technology changes, is it compulsory that we should also change according to the new technology?
For better productivity, we should change to the better technologies if existing in the market.
But suddenly if you are asked to change, is it possible for changing?
No, ma'am, it takes time.
So it takes time. Why it takes time? You should be ready with the financial possibilities. So suddenly you cannot buy a new machine which costs 20 crores or 20 lakhs or 35 lakhs suddenly. Why? Because proper planning must be made, and your working capital should not be disturbed. The
And also the
technological fact, yes.
the trained manpower, madam.
Yes, the manpower should also be made available, and that is also not easy to carry out immediately. So this technological factor is also creating stress. And even one more point, if new technology is going to be adopted by the organization, and if the company says that 50% of the employees is going to be laid off, that is, they are going to be sent out. That is also one form of stress created to the employees. The technology also creates stress. So all these factors are controllable or uncontrollable.
The first two factors are uncontrollable, ma'am. The third one is controllable.
The external, there is technology. It's also, there is all external is uncontrollable, but technology depends upon the decision what you take. If you are using only old technology, sometimes or the other day or after few years, you will be recognized as producing. There is not quality. There is products without quality. Why? Because your machines must have become obsolete. So that is why we have to take care of extra organizational stresses factors. Next one is organizational stresses. There are job related factors. So what are job related factors? Coming on time, going late, keeping a task for completion of the particular project. All those things comes under job related. Role related factors. What is role related?
It is whether you are in the middle level, whether in the higher level, managerial roles, or the vice president, or in the lower
Yes.
level.
So
So each
depending
one of
upon
them
your
will have their own stress.
yes, yes. So depending upon your role, your designation, your responsibility will be increasing or decreasing. So your role, for example, if I'm a general manager, I will be highly responsible compared to the manager. So depending upon the job or depending upon the task I have to complete and I have to inform or I'm answerable to the manager. What I will do is I will be stressful relating to all those factors. The third one is interpersonal and group related factors. So interpersonal and group related factors is, see, unless otherwise you are not able to work in a group, you will be always stressed. You should know how to tackle a group. You should know how to behave in a group. If that is not known to you, then always you will be in stress. So you are all there is all persons in a particular group will not be same. So they will not be quiet. They will be into there is will be creating some problems wantedly for you. But you should know how to tackle it. So when you are not able to tackle the particular situation, then what happens? You will be under stress, and if you are always under stress, you will not be able to finish the task. Then the next one is organizational structural factors. So organizational structure, that is your starting from the top level to the last level.
The
So when you say
hierarchy.
yes, hierarchy. So hierarchy also creates stress. How?
Hierarchy is not properly laid out. Let us suppose one department has got two bosses. Then the lower level will have stress to whom to report to.
Yes, one, that is if you have dual leader, two leaders for one employee or one supervisor is answerable to two higher levels of employees. So what he will do is he will be feeling stress. So organization structure, if it is not framed properly, and that too, for example, if I am a manager, I should not be given the responsibility of taking care of 200 employees. I will be feel stressed, and as a manager, I will not be able to complete the task. So that is why you have to take care of organizational structure factors also, so that you are not going to work in the stressful environment. Then organizational leadership factors. So who's a leader? Leader is a person who knows how to lead others. So you should have leadership quality, mentoring quality, so that he can employees who's working under his control. So organization leadership factors also creates stress. Um, Example,
If the head of the organization is like it is a dictator leadership where he is rigid in his policies, it creates stress.
okay,
Whereas
he's not flexible. He's always fixed and he's always stubborn with the activities what he's doing. So organizational leadership factors is we all know that is you immediately when a leader or a supervisor is appointed, an employee or a subordinate will not listen to him immediately. First, leader should know how to lead others. He should know how to guide others. He should he should know how to pass on the information which is required by a subordinate. So if that this kind of activities is not done by the manager or the supervisor, a subordinate will never listen to it. So when whatever the instructions given by the leader, if a subordinate is not listening, then activities will not be completed, and leader is answerable to his superior. So some kind of problem will be always in existence between the superior and the subordinate. So for that, every leader should take care of his subordinates. He should have limited number of subordinates so that he can carry out his task without any problem in the organization. Then the group stresses, there is next types. First one we have seen extra organization. Second one is stresses. So group stresses on a group, that is group cohesiveness, lack of social support and conflict. If you're not able to manage the group, I know how to work individually, but I doesn't know how to work in the group. So on a group, I can give an example. Is if you're working in a group, others will join together, and you will not be whereas you will not be made them to mingle with others. Or otherwise, what they will do is, if 10 persons are joining together to complete a project, all the others will be joining together and complain on the other person. So when they doesn't feel that this person should be identifiable or his performance should be known to others. So group stresses, sometimes some projects, if it is carried out in a group, then group there is if there is no coordination, then that can be creating a problem. Then lack of social support. If society is not supporting the organization, what will happen? For example, if I am manufacturing leather products using skin animals, where will my company will be in the society where all population, that is people are living. So if that people doesn't support me in manufacture of leather products, obviously I cannot continue a business in the particular area. So what I should do, I should search any area where it is isolated, or I have to go for searching an area in the village or suburb, there is semi-urban areas. Why? Because there the population number will be less and you can carry out your work. So support from the society, if it is not there, then company will be working under stress only. Then third one is conflict. When always there is a conflict between the company and the employees and the employees, employer and the employee, employee with one department with the other department. So when this kind of conflict, always there is a case in the top level with the management. The employees always complains about the management activities. So if this kind of environment is also present, then obviously you cannot carry out the activities with peacefulness. Then the next one is individual stresses. So individual stresses relating to job concern, career changes, economic problems, personality of a person, ability to cope. Job concern, individual stressor is job concern. See, if I am concerned about my job, if there is no job security, I'll be always feeling that I will be sent out. If there is no experience, if there is no qualification, if there is no educational background for me, obviously I will be concerned. what is that is, I'll be afraid that whether I'll be made to continue or not. So he will be allowed to work in the same stressful environment so that he will not be able to concentrate on the work. The next one is career changes. The career changes, it can be promotion or it can be demotion also. So when this kind of changes happens immediately without expectation, then he will be stressed. Why? Because if he's not able to adapt to the changes immediately, he will be feeling stressed. The second one is economic problem. If the employee has got financial
Ma'am, last
problems,
2 hours we are also getting stressed, ma'am, because of this SS square. Full of this stress management.
this audio stress, or you had in other subject,
Some murmuring
We
sound.
had in other subjects also, ma'am.
same stress
2 hours we
management,
are facing this issues, ma'am.
this voice. I called him.
I think we should go ahead with our topic.
So I also feel stressed now.
Yes, ma'am.
I informed the section, but what I don't know what happened. Shall I call him or shall we continue?
Ma'am, just disregard him. We'll continue.
Okay. So personality of a person how appears if somebody is pinpointing regarding to the appearance of a particular person, he will be feeling stressed. And the last one is ability to cope up. If you're not ability, or if you're not capable to adjust with according to the changes happening around your environment, so being a social animal, we have to know how to make changes according to the changes around you. So, for an example, during COVID, we all have learned how to adopt to the changes that has happened around you. So, we have been asked to go for staying at home always, job when you're even going for a job, what safety measures we have to make. If this kind of adjustment was not made by a particular person, he was admitted in the hospital, he was taken care by the doctors, all those things was happening. So these are the four types of there is stresses which can be created: organizational, extra-organizational, group stresses, and individual stresses. The next one is what are the consequences because of stress. So physiological symptoms will be there for individual, physiological relating to the body of the individual, anxiety, depression, irritating, that is what we have been having. Then psychological symptoms is dissatisfaction, low self-esteem. So your self-esteem will be decreased because of having stress. Then behavioral symptoms is behavior because of stress. We will not be able to there is behavioral symptoms, that is we will be losing our uh, peacefulness. So sleeplessness, smoking, drinking, some things will be, if somebody says why you're smoking continuously, I'm stressful. But actually that is not the right way of relieving your stress. But behaviorally, they will be showing the symptoms like drinking water, drinking habits, losing your sense of humor, absenteeism. They'll be taking leave if continuously stress is created in the organization. That is for the individual. And what are the consequences for the family? So family will be withdrawing from responsibility. Dilemmas will be there. There will not be balance between work and life. Work-life balance will be going negative. And what are the consequences to the organization? So when employees are stressed as a group, as an individual, the organization's performance will be low, productivity will go low, absenteeism will be more, labor turnover will be always there, and attitude of the employees will be poor towards the work allotted for every individual. So that is the consequences, that is the challenges what companies will be facing. If performance goes down, obviously your demand and supply is not going to be equal, and you will have economically lagging behind point in every aspect what you do in the organization. So these are the consequences of there is stressful working environment. Then what are the strategies you have to use for coping? It is how to cope up with the changes what is happening around you. So in coping strategies, individual approaches is knowledge about the stress. So when you're joining the work or a job or an organization, we should know what kind of job, is what kind of stress the job might create. So you should be ready for it. You should have knowledge about the stress, and you should be facing physiological fitness. That is not becoming tired. You should be brisk, and you should know what are the changes you have to make to overcome the stress. So physiologically, fitness must be created. And the third one, to have coping strategies, time management, coming on time, going on time, and completing the task on time. And the fourth one is assertiveness. So you should be always alert about whatever the things that is happening around you. It may be in your department or in other department, but is within the organization. So you should be always keep your mind alert so that you are informed about everything around that is happening around you. Then the next one is social support network. Society should be always supporting for coping your the changes that is happening. So social support, without society support, an individual cannot live in the organization, an employer cannot start a business, and an employer cannot get employees to work in their organization. So society support is very important. Relaxation techniques. So relaxation techniques is hearing to the music, going to a temple, or going taking there is doing yoga. There is relaxation techniques for every individual varies. For me, I might be hearing to the music what I like. Somebody will be going to gym. Somebody will be going for walking. Somebody will be going for a get together with the friends. Somebody will be having a time with the family. So you should know, you should have your own relaxation techniques for overcoming all the individual stress management. Then organizational approaches, selection and placement. So when an organization is selecting employees and placing employees, they have to recognize at the time of recruitment and selection itself whether he can be out of the stress or he will be influenced by stress. So that is the thing they can do in organizational level. Then goal setting. So you should try to give goals for every employee so that they will be finishing the task on time. So when the time is set for every individual, they will not feel stressed. Why? Because they'll be working always and they will not be free to keep everything in their mind. Next one is
It's irritating.
improved communication. If I am able to remove, I must have removed by myself. That is not allowing. So the next,
Ma'am, we are not able to hear voice, ma'am.
I have not started. Okay, if you have any doubts, you can ask if with this thing. Yeah, same person. Okay, what kind of time management? Yes, see, your book has got everything, and I'll be sharing slides. In if you have sent your mail ID, I'll be sharing that to your mail ID. But let us give importance to the examples. That is case study. So case study will be given in section C, covering 2 or 3 topics together. Overcome the stress. If this kind of situation arises, how to overcome. So now we have stopped. Okay. So important questions I'll be giving at the end of the session. I think this is third or fourth class. So if we will have a few more classes, so we will discuss important questions once your no, there is discussion is over according to your syllabus. Is it okay? If you have any doubts in today's topic, you can ask. Yes, yes. I don't know what. So go through the topics given in the syllabus and in the book. If you have any points, doubts, or any topic, you can note it down and ask in the next class. Still we have time, or
Yes, ma'am.
shall we continue?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
So we were discussing about stress, coping strategies, selection, placement, goal setting, then improved communication. So improved communication, we can, what are the types of communication we can have in the organization? Formal communication, informal communication, then oral communication, written communication. Which is best for an organization? Written. What is oral communication and written communication? You all will be knowing that. For an
Mail.
organization, which is better? Written communication is best for an organization. Why? Because it will be a documentary evidence. So for coping strategies for organizational level, goal must be set. Then communication must be improved. Participative decision making. You should also allow your employees to participate in the decisions to be implemented by every organization. Then building team workers, making everyone to work together. That will be one of the coping strategies. And organizing wellness programs for the improvement of the employees can also be done. Then the next topic is group dynamics. So group dynamics, it is organizational behavior. So you should know how to work or how to make or how to extract work from the employees in a group. So that's what is given. Never it's a doubt that a small group of thoughtful citizens can change the world. So indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. So what is group dynamics? What are the objectives of group dynamics? So why we are making an organization, all workers cannot work individually. They have to work with other employees. So that is very important. So what are the objectives of group dynamics? It is, first one is to identify and analyze the social processes that impact on group development and performance. So when you work together, what kind of improvement or what kind of development can be achieved? Then what are the skills necessary for individual and group who is going to work in the organization? Then third objective is to build more successful organization by applying techniques that can work for achievement of goal, for organizational goal. That is possible because of understanding how that is how we can make all individuals to work together. So group dynamics is a social process by which people interact in a group environment. So all individuals will be joining together and they'll be made to work together. And in that group dynamics, the influences of the personality power and behavior on the group process. The individual's influences should not have an impact on the group. So that should be controlled by every employer. So for carrying out your group dynamics, these are the two types of groups you can have in the organization. One is your formal and informal. Formal is always structured to perform specific tasks. Informal is not structured, so it emerges naturally. Just like that, if you are performing any work not following the rules and regulations or not following any hierarchy, we can call it as informal groups. So there are two types of groups which happens in the organization. So the next one is group size. So how to decide your size of the 10, 20, 30, how that is to be decided will be based upon these points to express your individual viewpoints So you can decide your size based upon these. So to express your views, to develop your social responsibilities or relationships, and to ensure everyone to participate in a group. For example, can you have a group as 50 persons in a group? 50 cannot be in a group. Why? Because all the 50 will not be participative. 10 will be participating and the other 40 will be idle. So they'll be hiding behind and they will be showing as if they have done everything. So you have to make everyone in the group to be participative. That's why all the group size should be always try to be less. And every group when you're forming, that should have individual recognition. So that will be the 4 points for group size determination. Then group structure. So what are the ways in which you will decide your structure of the group? That is to ensure that there is all members in the particular group are having the same set of skills, and examine the impact of a poor performance on group achievement. So when a poor performance is also added in a good performance group, he will be easily identifiable and he will be getting warning, advices, all those things to improve the performance. Then it ensures a combination of leaders and followers. So one should be a leader. A leader will be a experienced person. So others will be the subordinates who will be called as a followers. Then group structure, it will be in such a way that it examines the potential for personality conflicts, and it will always have diversity. That is, all individuals will be coming from different backgrounds. So that diversity factor will always have an influence on the group dynamics. So when you are deciding a group structure and group size, we have to be very careful with what purpose, for what purpose are we group. So with this, I will complete for today's class. Next topic is leadership. So that takes time. So styles also we have to discuss. So we will see in the next class the left out portion. Is it okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So doubts, please note it down and clarify in the next class. If you have any doubts in today's stress, group dynamics, then personality traits, you can ask.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
So all points are clear. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Guys, today class is over.
Hope so.
I think we haven't even completed half of the syllabus. I mean, and the exams are coming in next 15
Do
days.
anyone have any idea about subject which is the easy subject?
Yeah, I was confused with the subjects and topics. I got of
Yeah, me too.
it
One
got
more
it.
thing, we have to appear all the exams, or can we drag to the next sem?
I think according to the university education, two subjects we can skip it to the next semester. That too, that by our wish.
Only two?
Only two.
Hmm.
And that student portal, anyone registered? Have you registered on that?
No, I have logged in. It got successfully logged in, and then above account, it is ABC account.
Is that a mandatory account, ABC?
It's not mandatory, but right now generation is having that account. So
Oh,
if you have it, it's an added advantage, I guess.
okay.
In these examinations, 20 marks are the most important. Those plays a major role now.
So we must attend all those case studies. At
Yes, yes.
least with the topics, what they are saying is a maximum the presentation and the bullet points and that topics, the elaboration, what we are giving is the most important thing. And the things, our known languages, we can write it. The only presentation and how we are taking that case study, that is more important.
Case study is fine, we can deal with that. Whereas if you take accounts for managers, if we get problem from some other, I mean, if we doesn't know the problem, then it will be a
Even the problem is given, and at least you have to write the question and what is the content of that, and at least solution. If you write that, each and every 2 marks or 1 mark they will give.
okay.
So from the last organization, which means college, one ma'am said this.
Okay. At least we need to attempt with
At least we
present.
need to attend to and try to write it. At least for solution, they will give 1 or 2 marks. We are
Okay.
writing the solution and the questions, and see the solution. What we are going to is give is from the question we are going to write. That's it.
Okay.
So that is the most important thing.
And half of the syllabus is also not completed, and we can see only 20 days left, not even 20 days. And internal exams are also there in between. I don't know when all will finish.
Yep. Let us try.
Yeah, let us try. It will be a challenging, but let's enjoy the process.
Yeah. Okay. Then, so no classes are there. I hope so.
Yeah, no classes. Okay. Have a nice day. Happy Sunday. Bye bye.
No class now? Hello? No class today?
Classes are over at 2.
Okay then. Thanks, Meena. Thank you.